Добрый вечер, дамы и господа! Мы приветствуем вас в прямом эфире телеканалов холдинга «Матч» и на трибунах Центра борьбы в столице Башкортостана, Уфе. Международная ассоциация бокса IBA при личной поддержке президента IBA Умара Назаровича Кремлева, промоутерские компании IBA Challenger, Iron and Gloves Promotion, Патриот Боксинг и Динамо Боксинг при поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан и Федерации бокса России представляют вашему вниманию вечер бокса Мелбет IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. Вас ожидает 6 зубодробительных поединков с участием ведущих российских боксеров. В том числе главное событие вечера – 10-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона WBA Continental в легком весе. Непобежденный Артур Субханкулов из Уфы, Башкортостан, против боксера из Краснодара Тиграна UZLYAN. И прежде, чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в ринг, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России и Всемирной боксерской ассоциации Сергей Хурсанов. Судьи и рефери Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Журкин, Игорь Пищук, Сергей Летунов, все Россия. Из Италии приветствуйте Энрико Личини и Мишель Максюта, Бельгия. Хронометрист турнира Ильдар Махмутов, доктор в рингсайде Виктория Гамеева. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, то мы готовы. И прямо сейчас представляю вашему вниманию первый поединок нашего вечера. 6-раундовый бой в первом тяжелом весе. И под ваши аплодисменты добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга боксер из Узбекистана Khalimjon MAMASOLIEV.
And a very warm welcome everybody to IBA.PRO 9, our opening fight of the night, 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. This is Khalimjon MAMASOLIEV, just 18 years old, boxing out of Uzbekistan. 3 fights and 3 wins as a pro. As a youth in the amateur ranks, did very, very well. Kazakh youth champion and 2024 world youth champion as well. This is his IBA.PRO debut, and I think they're looking to move him pretty quick if they get the opportunity.
И сейчас, дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол его соперник, представляющий Москву, Россия, Ярослав Шкутяк.
Slightly wild look to Yaroslav SHKUTYAK, early in his pro career as well. Boxing out of Russia, born in Ukraine, made his debut last August in Moscow. It was a tight fight as well against Atsamal Botuyev, but got the win, making a quite slow, measured walk to the ring. And the matchmaking on these nights, all the way through so far, has been good. Good contest between what is nominally the home and away corner. He's boxing out of the gold corner. SHKUTYAK. MAMASOLIEV out of the black corner.
Итак, дамы и господа, представляю участников первого поединка вечера. Это 6-раундовый бой в первом тяжелом весе. Боксеру слева от меня в черном углу 18 лет. Его рост 192 сантиметра, официальный вес 91 килограмм и 350 граммов. Он двукратный чемпион Узбекистана, трехкратный чемпион Азии, чемпион мира среди молодежи с безупречным рекордом. 4 боя, 4 победы, все одержаны нокаутом из Андижана, Узбекистан. Khalimjon MAMASOLIEV. Боец в золотом углу представляет Москву, Россия. Ему 29 лет, рост 187 сантиметров, вес 96 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 1 бой, в нем одержана победа. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте по прозвищу Добрый Ярослав ШКУТЯК. Рефери поединка Сергей Летунов.
Центр. Джентльмены, вы профессионалы, правила знаете, соблюдайте их. В любой ситуации защищайте себя. Пожмите руки. Пора начинать. По углам.
So this opening fight of the night, scheduled for 6 rounds in the cruiserweight division. Khalimjon MAMASOLIEV and Yaroslav SHKUTYAK. So there goes the opening bell. Big difference between these two in terms of their age. And joining me on commentary for this card, Iman from Seconds Out. And they're always well matched, these cards, aren't they, Iman? You always know that it's going to be a good contest. There may be a favourite in some of the fights, but you know that whoever's on the road here, whoever's nominally the less fancied fighter, is going to give us plenty.
That's the hallmark of LCS. It's one of the things flags in the ground. It wants to make sure that every match is matched as evenly as possible, and we expect to see that across the card with these two fighters and further. Very much a pleasure to be broadcasting the IBA.PRO for Seconds Out subscribers. So if you haven't already, click the like button, subscribe, and get yourself strapped in for a great night of action.
SHKUTYAK just trying to get on the jab there early on. MAMASOLIEV 4-0 now. As I said, he did plenty as a youth, decided to turn pro early on. You can keep the two careers going concurrently. Of course, that's been the case for quite some time now. Just looking to wing off with that lead left hook there, SHKUTYAK. And at the moment, it's MAMASOLIEV who is bringing some pressure here without working too hard, just hurrying up his feet there and then finding a little bit of range for the 1-2. SHKUTYAK seems to be fighting at a slightly different pace to his opponent as we head towards the midway point of round 1. MAMASOLIEV just a little bit short with the jab, but he's manoeuvring SHKUTYAK around fairly effectively. And just beginning to let his hands go as we head towards the final minute of the round, and SHKUTYAK is in a bit of trouble here. I think he's trying to keep that guard high, but MAMASOLIEV then goes down to the body, left into the body, and this is a good start. The uppercut threaded up between the guard as well. Just managing to throw there, SHKUTYAK, but there's an air of not quite desperation about him yet, but he knows that he needs to throw something to try and keep his opponent off him, which is proving to be quite a difficult thing to do. It's been a good opening round from MAMASOLIEV, this, hasn't it? He's turned up the heat nicely. As we head towards the later stages, and it's almost the case, isn't it, that SHKUTYAK is in survival mode, and there he goes. He's put down an accumulation of punches, and I'm not sure he is going to survive this, actually. He needs to get up pretty quick if he's going to make it. Just about beats the count there from the referee, and there goes the bell, and really things just got gradually worse for him throughout the course of that opening round.
Impressive range of punches from MAMASOLIEV. He learned a lot from his last fight against Khalidov. He was impressive in that fight, very much engaging and looking to find his way through to the end of victory, and he's continued on that form with this opponent here now. Impressive range of punches here, left hooks to the body and up to the head, doesn't ignore the body and set up his shots, and overwhelming and drowning out his opponent in the first round. Real good start, and we'll see what shape the opponent is in the second round. He's going to continue.
Looks nice and calm in the corner, and he's going to come out quick at the start of the second round. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And it's going to be interesting to see how long SHKUTYAK can survive this for. To be honest, they're taking every single second they can there in the corner. They're taking far too long, to be honest with you. They've eventually got the gum shield back in, and the trainer has spent a good 10-15 seconds there in the ring when he shouldn't have been. Just trying to buy his man a little bit more time. MAMASOLIEV just popping that jab through the guard. Lead left hand again lands on SHKUTYAK, who I don't think has really got the capabilities here to slip and slide and stay out of trouble. I think he's best all the way in or all the way out. If he gets caught at that kind of distance, then he really does have a problem. And it's just a matter of time here, really, I think, before MAMASOLIEV just slides those feet a little bit closer. Good lead left uppercut there. Left into the body was a decent shot as well. And now he's got SHKUTYAK back on the ropes. The right hand crashes through, and he's trying to be as brave as he can here, SHKUTYAK, but you get the feeling, don't you, that the writing is on the wall here.
Yeah, he's closed down his opponent. Can he throw in a feint in here as well to just force another error out of SHKUTYAK to find the finish? He knows he's got him on the hook. He knows he's got the opponent ready to go. He just needs to find that little bit of a gap to close the show.
Just clubbing to the side of the head with the right hand there, MAMASOLIEV, and he's not giving SHKUTYAK anywhere to hide at the moment. A nice stiff uppercut just got through, and again he throws that right hand over the top. You can hear the effort, and the referee stepped in and stopped it, and I think that is a good call. SHKUTYAK doesn't like it, but there were plenty of punches being landed there. It was one-way traffic, to be perfectly honest. You see the shake of the head from him. He's a proud fighter. Nobody likes to get stopped, but I think seeing him stopped on his feet there after what was 4 pretty bruising minutes is always preferable to seeing somebody stretched out when there wasn't any real need for it. And he won't have learned an enormous amount there, MAMASOLIEV. It's another night out on a big night, though, so in that sense he will have done. It's the ritual of fight night and boxing on these big occasions under these IBA lights for the first time, and he's given us a nice little glimpse there, hasn't he, of what he can do. There's a lot more to come from him.
When you've got an opportunity to impress, you've got to do that, you've got to impress, and that's what MAMASOLIEV done. We're in an era where it's all about social media and creating highlight reel moments, and he created a moment there for himself where he can keep his name in people's mouths for after the event. So certainly want to watch MAMASOLIEV. Very much someone who's got the ambition, determination, not fazed by any fun, whether it be someone like today or fighters he's fought previously. He's very much got that head-on attitude to take on who's in front of him. So keep an eye on MAMASOLIEV. It could be something more in the future.
But at 18 years old as well, there's plenty to come from him physically. He's boxing at cruiserweight at the moment, but you wouldn't be surprised to see him fill out into a fully fledged heavyweight as the years progress. But at the minute, he's sitting where he is and he's making good progress. Finding opponents for him might not be the easiest thing in the world to do. SHKUTYAK gave it a good crack there. He was trying to throw right from the start, and I think that was probably his problem. He's got some pride. He didn't come just to cover up and try and survive, and in the end that made for quite a short evening for him.
He's got those nice long arms, MAMASOLIEV, but doesn't really use them, does he? He just wants to get in range and throw those big bombs to get his opponents out of there. It's a good trait to have, but you might think he could start his attacks out from a little bit further and jump in, jump out, and then find those gaps there. But he didn't need that tonight, but those are certainly things he could work on. He's got a real good skill set, not really a mover, not quite grounded either too, but he's certainly looks to find a way through, and he did that tonight.
Just trying to get those gloves off, that can take a while at the end of fights as we wait for the final announcement from our MC Alexander Sadokov. Again, the arena looks absolutely spectacular. The setup for these shows is very, very consistent. You look at the ring walk area, you look at the screens, you look at the lighting, the way the ring is set up, it passes muster, it always does, and we've got some good fighters featuring on this card as well. Looking forward to seeing Pavel SILYAGIN a bit later on. I saw him quite a lot in the amateurs. I remember seeing him boxing London at the brewery in East London against Joshua Buatsi 10 years ago, and you could tell then that he was a really, really good operator. He beat Buatsi that night actually over 5 rounds in World Series boxing, a much loved competition that
Итак, дамы и господа,
we all
в первом
sorely miss.
поединке нашего вечера рефери Сергей Летунов остановил бой на отметке 1 минута и 32 секунды второго раунда. Таким образом, техническим нокаутом победу одержал и остается не знающим поражений боксер из черного угла Khalimjon MAMASOLIEV, Узбекистан.
So MAMASOLIEV with the win, which is what we expected, but nonetheless he did it in clinical, fairly brutal fashion. And you were describing his style there, and you're absolutely right, because he's fresh out of the youths really, and he did a lot as an amateur in the youths, but there isn't even really any kind of an amateur style that you would pick on there. I think he's one of these fighters who's maybe been bred more for the pros, because those feet are pretty much planted on the canvas. He gets good purchase on his punches, and pretty good variety as well. He's got a repertoire. It'll be interesting to see what happens when he's up against somebody who's capable of punching with him, because he looks like he might not be the hardest one to hit himself. But having said that, against an opponent like the one he had tonight, you take route one, don't you? Which is exactly what he did, and I don't think he had any real respect for the power of SHKUTYAK, and that was a big problem that SHKUTYAK had right from the beginning.
It's an exciting style, and that's what you want to see when it comes to fighters are on your screens. If when you want to see someone who's a destructive force and can force those knockouts. When I watched him previously against Khalidov, it was a little bit early for him, of course, against someone of Khalidov's experience, but you saw that power maybe not be there. But he's 18, the power's not going to be there right now. There's a lot of time to get that moment to grow and build on those strengths, whether it be in terms of the power or the skill set. But the skill set's there, I think. It's just finding a bit more of the time to improve.
Нашего вечера 6-раундовый бой в тяжелом весе. Здесь нас ожидает противостояние боксеров из России и Ирана. И первым приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга боксер, представляющий Исламскую Республику Иран, Иман RAMEZANPOUR.
So next up we've got 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. This is Iman RAMEZANPOUR from Iran, 30 years old. Won his first couple of fights in Thailand, then lost his last one. That was 3 weeks ago in Ekaterinburg, and that was by stoppage. Boxed as an international, as an amateur, got to the later stages of the Asian Championships, went to the Olympic qualifiers, didn't manage to quite make it through. So some decent pedigree behind him.
А сейчас, дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга его соперник, представляющий Белорецк, Башкортостан, Бекхан, ISRAILOV!
And making his way to the gold corner is Bekkhan ISRAILOV, 23 years old, boxing out of Russia. As it says there, third place in the Russian Championships as an amateur, and that is nothing to be sniffed at. He didn't really get much of a look in at international level. It's an extremely difficult team to get onto. Made his IBA.PRO debut here in April. A win over 6 rounds against Mohammed Abdullayev, and another chance to impress tonight.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает второй бой вечера. 6-раундовый поединок в тяжелом весе. В тело вступают по-настоящему большие парни, во время боя которых мы традиционно рекомендуем вам не моргать, а то можете пропустить все самое интересное. Итак, представляю участников этого боя. Первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, рост 196 сантиметров, официальный вес 106,8 килограмма. Он бронзовый призер чемпионата мира среди военнослужащих с профессиональным рекордом, который насчитывает 3 боя, 2 победы при всего одном поражении, в том числе одна яркая победа нокаутом. Представляющий Бабол, Иран, Iman, RAMEZANPOUR! Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу, 23 года. Рост 191 сантиметр, официальный вес 99 килограммов и 150 граммов. Он бронзовый призер чемпионата России. На турнирах IBA.PRO провел 1 бой. В нем одержал яркую победу представляющий Белорецк, Башкортостан, Россия, Бекхан ISRAILOV! Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин.
Stop. Head up. No low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command, okay? Good luck.
So that's the matchup. ISRAILOV against RAMEZANPOUR. RAMEZANPOUR with a slight advantage in height and maybe some reach that will come with that. Physically, he does look the more imposing of the two. He's in the black, boxing out of that southpaw stance. ISRAILOV in the white.
Yeah, looking forward to this contest. ISRAILOV, body shots are a real repertoire of his, or highlight of his repertoire. He shows the signs and hallmarks of a smart fighter, looks to work his way in and then get in on the inside and then catch you on your way out as well. So watch out for those shots. And he's happy to work inside, as you can see him doing that now.
RAMEZANPOUR looking for that left hand into the body. And it looks like these two are going to be happy to have it at relatively close quarters, which for RAMEZANPOUR in a way doesn't make too much sense because, as I say, he does have some reach that comes with that extra height. He could keep this on the outside if he chose to, but if you look at that jab there, he just sticks it out. It doesn't really travel too much distance. Trying to move around the target a little bit there, ISRAILOV. He's keeping RAMEZANPOUR occupied with that jab, which to try and throw the right hand, but walked onto a short left there himself.
No push, Iman, no push. No holding. Iman, no holding, no holding. Iman, no push. No holding, Iman, no holding.
Referee just having a word with RAMEZANPOUR about a little bit of holding when they get close. I don't think it's too much of a problem, to be honest. That's a nice left hand again there from RAMEZANPOUR as ISRAILOV is looking to try and move in. He has to be careful, ISRAILOV. He can't get careless. Good short right hand from him. This is a good fight. Into the final minutes of round 1, scheduled for 6.
No holding, no holding. Bekkhan, no holding, Bekkhan, no holding.
A little bit more length on that backhand there from RAMEZANPOUR. Just feinted and then threw it straight down the middle.
No holding, Iman, no holding.
Final few seconds of the opening round. Straight right there from ISRAILOV, got through, but RAMEZANPOUR immediately came back with a left of his own. It's a good fight, this. Stopping some good shots in that opening round. They're not having to look for each other, that's certainly true, just revolving around each other really in the centre of the ring, both within punching range pretty much at all times.
Always makes for an exciting fight when two fighters are willing to exchange in the centre of the ring. It's just whether either can withstand the punches of one another. So far so good for both of them, but I wonder how much that will represent the same tale throughout the fight.
I think it's going to be a bruising 6 rounds. That was a pretty bruising opening round.
No push, okay? Box.
Bronze medalist at the World Military Games there on the roster, on the record rather, of RAMEZANPOUR, which is no mean achievement. The standard at the World Military Games is very, very high. It's one of the big competitions outside of the main World and Continental Championships. There's that sneaky little short right hand again from ISRAILOV. RAMEZANPOUR just trying to work in behind the double jab there. Didn't quite take his feet far enough in. He's the kind of fighter, when you look at him physically, particularly in this matchup, because he is the bigger of the two, you wonder why he doesn't try and impose himself a bit more. He threw that left hand there and wandered in behind it slightly. When he doubled up the jab, even though it didn't quite reach, you get the feeling that that is the right thing for him to do.
Maybe not in terms of output, or at least effective output right now, but there's a couple more clinches being engaged into by RAMEZANPOUR this time round, in the second round, and that might be an avenue to just wear down the opponent here. We'll see if that does have any effect, but that might be a route for him to then engage after that.
Bekkhan, no holding. Break. Stop! Stop! Listen my command, break, step back, okay? Step back. Box.
Again, he just pecks a little bit with that jab, RAMEZANPOUR, whereas ISRAILOV lets his go a bit looser, a bit longer, but his feet came square there. RAMEZANPOUR for a second was in business, just looked to really heave in a strong looking left hand. They both seem to have their vulnerabilities here, which is making for a good watch into the final minute of round 2.
Neither will land anything big or clean as of yet in the fight. You just want to see something come through. Just a little bit of a feint here and there, a little bit of a fake of a shot might be the opening for either of them, because they both seem to have the capabilities to land something big, but haven't quite got there yet.
Just shut down his own space there slightly as he moved in. Ramezanpour. Stepped in, but there wasn't quite room for that left hand. There's a little feint, but as he was looking to let his own hands go, he got caught by a stiff left hand there from Ramezanpour.
No holding. Bekkhan, no holding.
Good work on the inside there, though, from ISRAILOV, who of the two has been the busier. He's thrown more punches. But in that second round, the ones you remember, the couple you really remember, I think probably came from Ramezanpour. A bit of blood coming from the nose there of ISRAILOV, a bit of thickening around the bridge of the nose as well. That could be a problem. That's a good right hand from ISRAILOV. But neither one of these two really getting on top of the other one in this opening 2 rounds. There's that left from Ramezanpour.
Referees giving them opportunities to work within the clinch as well too, which a couple of sneaky shots are coming in. One of them could really take onus there and dominate in that pinch, but just a couple of missed opportunities from both of the pair really to, as you see, a couple of shots landing through in those clinches, but there's an opportunity there for them to both seize on that. The referees give them that back.
So they've had a little bit of clean-up work to do on that nose.
Seconds. So, sit back. Iman, no holding, okay? No holding, okay?
The referee's spoken to Ramezanpour about holding quite a few times now, so he does need to be a little bit careful. He's been on him about it right from the start. I don't think he's necessarily been too guilty of it. It's not something that's really stuck out for me. He tries to get a hold of him there. You can see that he is active at times, and every now and again he's trapping the arm of ISRAILOV on the blind side of the referee as well. Another quite sneaky trick, but there he just throws a couple and then moves in and looks to try and get on top of ISRAILOV. It's actually not a bad tactic, but I think if he's going to do it, he needs to be a bit more aggressive with it, really get on top of him and push down on the top of those shoulders. That's good hand speed there from ISRAILOV.
Left hook land as well from Ramezanpour.
Iman, no holding. Iman, no holding. No holding.
There's only so many times he can say this to referee, really, before he'll feel the need to do something. If you're warning somebody consistently and they're not responding, then it's at that point a referee will decide that they might need to give a final warning or take a point. Good right hand there from ISRAILOV. I think he's just beginning to get on top here a little bit. Ramezanpour is looking slightly ragged. That's a good jab that just crashed into the side of Ramezanpour's face.
No holding.
Shapes with that left hand there, Ramezanpour, but didn't throw it off the back of the jab.
Too far out, wasn't he?
Iman, no holding.
There's room to work here. The referee's giving the instruction, but he's allowing them to continue.
And it's very clear now. But there was a moment there where either of them could just have thrown, but they didn't take the opportunity to do it.
Again, he throws that single left hand and leans in. And you do wonder how much more he's got left in the tank here, Ramezanpour. We're just heading up towards the halfway stage, and it's ISRAILOV who looks like he's got a lot more energy about him. And I think this is going to get very tough for Ramezanpour in the second half. He needs to land something solid. He needs to land something big and really take some gas out of the tank of ISRAILOV, because the way this is going, it's the Russian fighter who, particularly in this round, has got on top of his opponent. So a gum shield has come out there, which just gives both of these two a little bit of respite.
Box. Stop.
And the swelling coming up under the left eye there of Ramezanpour as well. We've got a little look at that as they sit him down. You can see the end swell being applied. He's thrown those short, little accurate shots throughout the course of this fight. ISRAILOV. And plenty of volume comes from him as well. It's not like RAMEZANPOUR hasn't had his successes, because he has. But the greater volume, the greater tonnage has come from ISRAILOV, and it does just look like he's beginning to feel it now.
As I highlighted as well, bounce on the feet as well after you the sign that someone's got a lot more left to give whilst the opponent phase. So keeping an eye on those energy levels and instructions in the corner as well too, to make those clinches, a bit more engagement from RAMEZANPOUR, and then working in those clinches. You can find a bit more success, but ISRAILOV certainly looks in the ascendancy now.
Just reaching for that left hand a little bit, RAMEZANPOUR, which could be dangerous for him. Both of them land at the same time there. Lead left hand from ISRAILOV, a southpaw left from RAMEZANPOUR, who again is just looking to trap that arm. You can see him there just trying to clamp that arm. The referee is alive to that. And he said no holding dozens and dozens of times now. Good right hand through the guard there from ISRAILOV, and then looks for the uppercut, and the gaps are there, punishing right on the inside, and the accuracy is good, and RAMEZANPOUR is not quite holding on for dear life there, but this has got tough for him a minute into round 4, and he's looking to try and find a way through here, but there's a long way to go in this fight, and a short right hand lands again now. He's letting his hands go a little bit more here, RAMEZANPOUR, but it's not long before he looks to get in close and try and wrap ISRAILOV up. He looks over his opponent's shoulder up at the big screen to see how long is left in the round. It's 90 seconds, and he just needs to keep the work rate high here, ISRAILOV. He could get a volume stoppage here at some point if there's not enough coming back from RAMEZANPOUR. The referee might decide that he doesn't need to see any more. RAMEZANPOUR, for his part, needs to land something big, doesn't he, to try and level the playing field slightly here and just make ISRAILOV just think harder about just walking in on him, which is basically what he's been doing from the beginning.
Hard to do that when the straight right hands land in between the shots as well too from RAMEZANPOUR. That's taking him to think and correcting himself, and then he's unsure of when to throw himself. Purely ISRAILOV in the ascendancy of really controlling the fight, and then he's happy to just take a moment to walk up and control the ring and then throw on his terms.
Good right hand again there from ISRAILOV. Swung that up from quite low, from round about the waist, burst up into the eye line and stopped RAMEZANPOUR in his track. RAMEZANPOUR, give him credit, is still looking to come forward and get something done. He will know that he's got to put a dent in this man here. There's that right hand again. He's got nice simple mechanics at times, ISRAILOV. He doesn't really take too much out of himself. He certainly doesn't really load up. He just lets those punches go. And there's been a good tempo to this, a good intensity about it right from the beginning. The punch stats would show us, if we had them, that plenty has been thrown and plenty has been landed, and the higher reading on that scale, both of those scales, would come from ISRAILOV. He's a very busy fighter. There's that short left hand, which has done some good work for RAMEZANPOUR, but not quite as much as that short right hand has for ISRAILOV.
Bekkhan, не просовывай руки. Шаг назад, шаг назад. Iman, no holding, okay? Box.
So into the 5th.
He's not stopped trying, has he, Ramazanpour, which is made for an interesting contest. You just wonder what the instructions are from the corner and whether he can execute them now. 5th into the 6th round. Has he got the endeavour for it? Has he got the engine for it now?
No holding, Iman, no holding.
The way he started this round, it looks like he has. I think they will have told him in the corner, you need to make an impact here, because he's probably lost those first 4 rounds. And as we've been saying, it's not because he hasn't had any successes. He's just been outlanded. He may well have won a minute 10, a minute 20 of each of those rounds, but obviously the way the sport is scored, that doesn't leave you with anything. So he's got to really try and make some inroads here, and that's absolutely what he's attempting to do. This is probably his best round of the fight so far as we head into the, well, almost into the second half of it. He needs to finish this round off.
No holding, come on. No holding. Stop! 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 Listen to my command. Step back. No holding, okay? Box.
Dominated that moment there, didn't he? ISRAILOV. And so when you get into that sort of rhythm and then you engage in the clinch as well too, and then you see ISRAILOV punching those clinches, it's like just the pressure surmounts on you, changes your breathing, changes your rhythm, puts you off your game a little bit. And that's what he's facing at the moment.
So the Gub Shield has come out again, and that again just gives both a little bit of time to recoup. It's been a pretty bruising fight this so far. Scheduled for 6, we've got 1 more after this. The pace has been hot right from the start. As we've been saying, lots and lots of leather thrown, plenty of it's landed. They've both got quite an attractive style, particularly ISRAILOV. And if you want to get on good cards, if you want to get on big cards, then this is the kind of fighter that you need to be, because he's going to be in good fights. When you look at the way that he does it, he gets after him there, Ramazanpour, and almost catches him with that left hand. That's happened 2 or 3 times.
Full counter in that exchange there as well, and then a right hook 2 at the top. You don't see much body work coming from Ramazanpour either now. He's electing to go for the head because he knows he's got to land something big to change the fight. He thinks that throwing to the head is that best route for it.
And that's the kind of range where he's done some damage, but the problem he's had is that
it's the accuracy of the shots.
It's the accuracy, exactly that. And the range that he really prefers is exactly the range that ISRAILOV prefers as well. So when they get into that kind of scenario, it's a case almost of who's got the quicker hands and who can find the smarter angles, and that's generally been ISRAILOV. It's made for a good watch for us. It's made for a pretty tough night for Ramazanpour so far. He's not completely out of this, but there's no way that heading into this final round he doesn't need a knockout, I wouldn't say.
He needs a knockout, he needs to up the tempo, throw everything in the kitchen sink at ISRAILOV to try and change the tide of the fight, try and change the story of the fight, because it's going to need something of that measure to get his hand raised.
And we can see the blood coming out of the nose of ISRAILOV in that previous round, and that was uncorked back in the second. So as we know, Ramazanpour with that left has done some decent work. ISRAILOV though still looks nice and fresh. As I mentioned earlier, you look at the mechanics there, the back foot doesn't really come off the floor, he just lets those hands go. He doesn't turn at the waist massively a lot of the time, so you could look at him and think that there's not a massive amount of power there, but there is some good accuracy. Gumshield's come out again. I think the referee is taking the view here that this is coming out probably because his mouth's hanging open a bit because he's fatigued. He's not spitting it out. You can see he's not doing that. So the referee, I was just going to say, he's taken a lenient view of this. He had done up until that point, and that was the third time, so he decided to take a point, which is fair enough because you are supposed to keep it in. You're supposed to bite down and keep it in, but I think it does just reflect how much he's given here, RAMEZANPOUR.
Yeah, his range was there for RAMEZANPOUR to throw, but ISRAILOV just shut it down. He moved in the clinch and they started throwing down to the body and up to the head. And when RAMEZANPOUR threw, that's when he got that clean shot, to little short shot that took to the head. It must just be so demoralising for RAMEZANPOUR right now.
Stop! Stop! Stand back. Stand back. No holding, Iman. Stop. No holding, okay? Box.
Walked onto a left hand there, ISRAILOV, as he came forward, and that's happened a number of times, but it hasn't landed on him in such a way that it's really done him some damage. And the gum shield comes out again there and he kicks it back towards the corner. He's a bit frustrated with himself, RAMEZANPOUR, I think, in the way that things have gone in this fight.
Looked like he took a big gulp of air in as well too when he was bent over.
And the referee takes another point, and that's not going to make any difference in the grand scheme of things. And he really is holding on there. The referee could have taken a point for that at some point during the fight. This has got kind of progressively worse as we've gone along. But he sets his feet there, the big Iranian, and just lets those hands go.
He sets his feet, he throws a shot, and then he gets punished in return by ISRAILOV. And it must just be so hard to try and arrest or change that tide coming from ISRAILOV. He's tried, he's had a couple of different ideas. He found a few shots as an uppercut earlier as well in exchange that came through, but it just hasn't been enough and hasn't been hard enough either.
What do you make of ISRAILOV then? Because he's good to watch, isn't he? He's got a good style. The punch output is high. I wonder about weight. I wonder, is he really big enough when you look at the, he's boxing at heavyweight here. No, he's about tempo and work rate, isn't he, rather than big heavy shots. It's the frequency with which they land, though. That's what works for him.
No, it's good. It's really impressive. Like you say, with frequency of shots, the type of shots that he throws as well. So you just want to see that, being critical about him, that gear change from him. He knows he's in front here. He knows he's got his opponent beat, or is at least his head on the scorecards. Can he push a little bit further to force a knockdown or force a stoppage from the opponent? You just don't see that. You see the first phase, second phase, and maybe a little bit extra phase that you want to see coming out from him, because you feel like you've got it from him, but he's just not showing it here. So slightly bit of a missed opportunity from ISRAILOV's perspective, but he's got the fight won as well. There's just those type of fighters sometimes that they know they've got the opponent beaten, so why show that little bit more? Why show that extra? I think he was comfortable in that fight once he found his range and rhythm, and never really needed to get out of it because RAMEZANPOUR didn't bring that out of him.
No, there wasn't any need to take any undue risks there. I did wonder, I think I said it in the fourth round, that if it kept going the way it was, RAMEZANPOUR was starting to look quite knackered, wasn't he, really, to be honest. And as you say, if he just really clicked through the gears there, he could have got that kind of volume stoppage whereby RAMEZANPOUR's not looking like he's going to get knocked out. He might not even go down, but the referee will just look at him and just feel like he's about to unravel. And that we've seen enough. I thought that might have been there for him, ISRAILOV, but as you said, there was no need to go crazy and take any risks, because he won every round and there were a couple of points deducted, and RAMEZANPOUR dug in. He dug in and he gave good value, good entertainment there.
Yeah, and from the perspective as well too of taking a few shots, he did ISRAILOV and he weathered them. Didn't seem to be rocked from them. Nothing landed big or clean, but that's always the sign of a good chin and a higher IQ fighter. But for the shots that did get through, never really rocked, never really hurt, was able to then throw off the back of that and catch RAMEZANPOUR too. So a lot to like from ISRAILOV.
Just waiting for the announcement from our MC. I don't think this would have been a difficult one to score. We had those couple of point deductions as well. Okay, here we go.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом ярком и зрелищном бою, где никто не хотел уступать, победу по очкам единогласным решением судей одержал представляющий Белорецк, Башкортостан, Бекхан ISRAILOV!
So ISRAILOV with the victory. I dare say we'll see him again before too long. He's got that kind of fan-friendly style which will always serve you well throughout your whole career, but particularly at the start.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. И турнир IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане продолжит 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона Центральной Азии WBA в полусреднем весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга боксер из Казахстана Тemirzhan BAIMOLDA.
So next up we've got 8 rounds for the WBA Central Asia title at welterweight, and this is BAIMOLDA boxing out of Kazakhstan. He's from Astana. 10 fights, 10 wins, 6 of them by stoppage. He's been a man on his travels in his pro career so far. Made his pro debut in Russia, then had 3 fights in Nigeria, then 1 in Ghana, and his last 5 have been in Thailand. He's not been in against the stiffest opposition. I think that's a fair comment to make. And this year he boxed in January, February and March, hasn't been in action since then, so a lively start to the year. A second round stoppage, a win over 6 rounds, and then another second round win in March in Bangkok against a fighter with a record of 1 win and 2 defeats. Can be difficult to know what you'll get from somebody like that. You don't want to read too much into that record. It's gone his way so far, but that doesn't mean he's not capable of making the step up.
И его соперник, который прямо сейчас займет золотой угол ринга. Он представляет Уфу, Башкортостан, Россия, Danis GABDRAFIKOV.
He's a hometown guy, GABDRAFIKOV. He's from Ufa. Undefeated so far. Boxing IBA Pro here in Ufa last August against Michiel Batumur, a win on points, and then the same thing on home turf last October. So they get him out whenever there's a card here because he's a decent ticket seller. Went 8 rounds in April against Alexander Koklov. And always a bit of pressure on you when you're literally the hometown guy. People want to see the win, but they want to see a good performance as well. They want to be entertained. And there is a minor ranking belt on the line here, which wouldn't necessarily see you get a ranking. I'd be surprised if it did, but it at least puts you in the thoughts of the sanctioning body.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона WBA Central в полусреднем весе. Супервайзер поединка Сергей Хурсанов, Россия. Боковые судьи Дмитрий Болдырев, Россия, Энрико Личини, Италия и Мишель Максюта, Бельгия. Рефери в ринге Сергей Летунов, Россия. Итак, представляю соперников и первым бойца в черном углу. Ему 25 лет, рост 180 сантиметров, официальный вес 66,1 килограмма. Его безупречный рекорд насчитывает 10 боев, 10 побед, 6 из них одержаны нокаутом. Из Астаны, Казахстан, по прозвищу «Джентльмен» Тemirzhan BAIMOLDA. Его сопернику в золотом углу 26 лет. Его рост 170 сантиметров, вес также 66,1 килограмма. Он трехкратный чемпион Приволжского федерального округа, победитель Спартакиады России с профессиональным рекордом 4 боя, 4 победы, в том числе 1 нокаутом. Из Уфы, Башкортостан, Данис GABDRAFIKOV.
Джентльмены, у вас чемпионский бой. Соблюдайте правила, выполняйте мои команды, в любой ситуации защищайте себя. Желаю успеха, пожмите руки, пора начинать. По углам.
Sergei Letunov, our referee, and this is an interesting matchup because we've got 2 undefeated fighters here. Close together in terms of age as well, boxing in this welterweight division, that WBA Asia Central title on the line. Neither one has been tested particularly in their career up until this point. And you've got a southpaw in GABDRAFIKOV and an orthodox fighter in BAIMOLDA. BAIMOLDA, as I said, he's been all over the place, plying his trade as a pro fighter up until this point. He only knows winning, and generally inside the distance. So I think we'll discover quite a lot about probably both of these two throughout the course of this fight. I certainly hope so anyway.
The onus is on BAIMOLDA here to really push the action because GABDRAFIKOV is happy on the back foot. He knows the ring like the back of his hand. You'll rarely find him touching the ropes unless he wants to, unless you really put him under high levels of pressure. You'll find him about as close as 2 steps away from the ropes before he finds a way out. So it's going to be on BAIMOLDA to try and force an error, force him into a corner and land heavy shots because GABDRAFIKOV knows the ring.
He is very comfortable, isn't he? As you say, he's got that nice wide stance, but he uses those feet well. He can pull that weight all the way onto the back foot. He's got his front foot on you, so it makes him look like he's in range, and he let go with the right hand there by BAIMOLDA. But then he'll just pull that weight back, and all of a sudden he seems like an awfully long way away. Just kind of paws with that lead hand, doesn't look to do too much with it a lot of the time, other than just measure the distance. And you've got to try, as you said, to knock him out of that comfort zone. You have to be aggressive, but you've got to be clever with it, because if you come over the top of that front foot, that's exactly what he's looking to do. He'll just pull back and he'll pick you off all night long.
And he'll do it he'll keep that movement for the full distance of the fight as well too. You'll find him often at high altitudes. He's a keen skier as well, so he's no stranger to the high peaks. He's trying to climb the ladder of the sport. And no doubt you'll see him use his feet throughout the fight.
creeping in and looking for that right hand. Did roll away after it by BAIMOLDA, and then just gets caught in that mid-distance. A little feint with the front foot there from GABDRAFIKOV, and BAIMOLDA walks forward quite open there. It's not an easy job this for him. It's a tricky kind of a mission.
He's doing all the right things early at the gates here. He's moving, he's not making himself a static target, upper body movement as well, not making himself easy to pin down. So just as much about making it hard for GABDRAFIKOV as it is for GABDRAFIKOV for BAIMOLDA.
He's smooth, isn't he, GABDRAFIKOV? It's good to watch because you look at that kind of economy. He's just got the air of a man who's really at home in that ring, and that's always impressive. He's been at this a long, long time. Just got caught at the very end of a right hand there from BAIMOLDA.
That's where BAIMOLDA can find his success, by just being unorthodox, not being easy to telegraph, because that's food and drink for someone of GABDRAFIKOV's caliber. It's about those moments. It's about feinting and setting the shots off of that and just trying to catch him out, trying to do something a little bit different that he hasn't seen before, because he's seen a lot of stars, he's seen a lot of fighters come through, and he's well versed to get out of the way of range and then throw in his own shots.
And that second replay highlighted the problem that the BAIMOLDA's got, because it's a sport of fractions, this, and he was just short with the right hand. His weight came forward a little bit, and as he was made to fall slightly short, he got clipped with a couple of punches, and that's exactly what GABDRAFIKOV is looking to do to you.
Battle of the feet as well here too. Both the men are trying to keep their lead foot on the outside of the other one to get into range and then land something on the inside.
Well, the referee, I think, is going to count for this. He slaps his gloves together there, GABDRAFIKOV. It was difficult to see exactly what was landed there. There was certainly a balance issue there with BAIMOLDA. It's a case really of whether a punch caused him to lose his balance and go down, in which case it is a legitimate knockdown, or whether it was the loss of balance that came first. I'm sure we'll see a replay at some point. He doesn't really seem hurt, but GABDRAFIKOV, I think, has other ideas, because he's backing him up into that neutral corner and really looking to let those hands go and work him over, and there's nothing coming back here from BAIMOLDA, and there needs to be soon, or the referee will have a good look at this, because that head is getting bounced around. He goes down to the body, again back up top, and these are punishing, bludgeoning shots, and the referee has decided that he's seen enough, and that is a very impressive finish from GABDRAFIKOV. We'll get another look at the knockdown, but there must have been something there that really took something away from BAIMOLDA. I did wonder originally whether it was just balance, but he latched onto it. The fighter knows, don't they, when they're in there, they can smell it if somebody's been a little bit hurt, and then the accuracy and the savagery really of the follow-up was relentless, and BAIMOLDA just couldn't do anything other than tuck up. The referee, I think, gave him as much of a chance as he was required to, and then stop the fight.
Yeah, our view was slightly obscured by the referee in the angle as well. There could have been a short little left hand in there before BAIMOLDA hit the canvas, but until we get the replay, we'll see that here now. Actually, it's the replay of the finish. But this was really impressive, because from a technical fighter who we're thinking might take this to the distance and find his shots and a pot shot through, and once he had him on the hook, the referee could have stepped in at any point earlier than this, but it was real good variety of punches, left hooks and right hooks to the body, and up at the top as well too, and nothing coming back from BAIMOLDA. So the stoppage was fair, could have been a little bit earlier, and GABDRAFIKOV gets his hand raised.
As soon as he managed to push him back to the ropes, just set his feet, found that distance, and you saw the punches just crashing through, particularly a left cross that really rattled the jaw there of BAIMOLDA. And this was a step up for him, because, as I mentioned, he put together a good record, 10 fights, 10 wins, 6 by way of stoppage. He hadn't actually been in with anyone with a winning record at that point, but boxing is about trying to make that step up, and he was doing okay up until that point, but then it all went sideways very, very quickly.
That's what fighters of GABDRAFIKOV's skill can do. They can just punish you within an instant. If you're not on it, if you leave an opening, they'll take it. It's good to see that someone of his technical capability has got that killer instinct as well, and then to push and affect that stoppage there. So very impressive from GABDRAFIKOV.
They need to try and step him up a bit now.
Рефери Сергей Летунов остановил поединок на отметке 1 минута и 23 секунды второго раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Central в полусреднем весе из Уфы, Башкортостан, Danis GABDRAFIKOV.
GABDRAFIKOV with his hand raised, and there goes that belt just strapped around his waist, the WBA Asia Central title.
There's not a bead of sweat on him.
No, there isn't. There isn't. That was impressive. He had a look in that opening round, and then in the second round really went to work.
It was just a threat that there might have been a different opponent for this fight in the form of Dilshat Nurim, who's got a bit of a power, a bit of pop. You want to see someone and he can balance his light on his feet as well too, so maybe that might be something they revisit in the future, because someone who can give him something to think about, pose a few problems, and you might see the best of him. We saw a real good version of him tonight, but he got his opponent out there, which is exactly what he should do. But for fighters of his ilk, you want to see them push back, you want to see them try to figure something out, and then you see the best of them.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what they need to do with him now, isn't it? And as you say, you're right, they were looking for that other opponent, the original opponent that we learnt about in the build-up to the fight, and I think that certainly would have been the idea, that Nurim would have been capable of pushing him a bit more. BAIMOLDA at a kind of short notice, you get somebody who's 10-0 with 6 stoppages, it looks good on paper, it's the next best thing you could do really. You just need to find someone who's happy to take the fight, and this was quite a rude awakening for him, somebody who came with the confidence of an unbeaten fighter. And he sells some tickets in his hometown in Ufa as well, GABDRAFIKOV, and that for any promoter is music to their ears, isn't it? You want somebody who you can build locally, because that's the fan base that really stays with you, and that in many ways is what IBA.PRO is about, giving these fighters a chance to showcase themselves where they're from.
А так все отлично. Спасибо моей команде, моему тренеру Карабановой Марии Юрьевне, спасибо правительству Республики Башкортостан, Андрею Геннадьевичу Назарову, Руслану Владимировичу Хабибову, Радию Фаридовичу, нашему президенту. Башкортостан, Алга!
Совсем недавно мы видели тебя на чемпионате России в Екатеринбурге. Ты показал классный бокс по ходу турнира, но остановился буквально в шаге от медали. И как будто бы сегодня всю эту злость ты выплеснул на этого парня из Казахстана.
Да, знаете, на чемпионате страны у меня каждый год одно и то же, но я думаю, мы свое еще возьмем. Хотел еще сказать, друзья, у меня 6 сентября родилась дочь. Давайте поаплодируем этому. Спасибо. А так, сейчас мне нужно стараться вдвое-втрое больше. И мы еще свое заберем.
Дамы и господа, Danis GABDRAFIKOV, новый чемпион WBA Central в полусреднем весе.
Got to give him the credit as well too. It wasn't a fall from BAIMOLDA, it was a right hook that landed, just a little step back and then came back in with a short little right hook which sent BAIMOLDA crashing down to the canvas. Beautiful, beautiful shot. He'll enjoy looking at that one back.
And he knew, didn't he? He knew straight away that had hurt him. As soon as you see a fighter go after something like that post knockdown, you know that they're absolutely convinced that they've got their opponent semi-scrambled, and that was the case, and there was just nothing BAIMOLDA could do at that point really. He was trying to tuck up, keep that guard up, tried to prevent the punches from crashing through, but he wasn't able to give anything back, and at that point the referee had no real choice but to step in.
Формирует архитектурный облик Уфы, создавая проекты, которые становятся архитектурными шедеврами города. Идель Тауэр, аристократ, символ, Зорге Премьер. Эти дома давно ассоциируются с высоким стилем, надежностью и комфортом. Сегодня группа компаний «Жилстройинвест» продолжает воплощать традицию элегантной архитектуры и представляет новый грандиозный, элегантный, душевный и роскошный проект «Клубный дом Зорге Премьер». Дамы и господа, мы ожидаем выхода в прямой эфир телеканала Матч ТВ, и совсем скоро мы продолжим грандиозный турнир IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. Нас ожидают еще 3 боя, в том числе в 2 поединках. В ринг выйдут боксеры из Башкортостана. Мы увидим в деле звезду российского женского бокса Азалию Аминеву. Кто болеет за нее? А также титульный бой проведет боксер из Уфы Артур Субханкулов. Ждать осталось совсем недолго. Скоро вернемся.
Самый надежный букмекер по версиям премии РБ 2022 и 2024.
Дамы и господа, русская баня на крыше – неиссякаемый источник здоровья и душевного равновесия. Баня на крыше – это традиции настоящей русской бани и сервис 5-звездочного уровня. Непревзойденные специалисты покажут вам искусство принятия банных процедур. Современное оборудование гарантирует максимальный уровень комфорта. Для принятия воздушных ванн вы можете воспользоваться прекрасным балконом. Панорамные окна открывают потрясающий вид на исторический центр Уфы. Любители контрастных процедур смогут взбодриться в ледяной купели. А к услугам тех, кто хочет расслабиться, спа-процедуры на территории бани и теплая купель с душистыми травами.
Ценность деловой информации постоянно растет. Ценность независимой информации растет ежесекундно. Бизнес FM Уфа.
Агат-Аква не просто в деле. Мы в нем по-крупному. Для нас спорт — это не игра. Он в нашей крови. Мы официальный партнер IBA. Питаем чемпионов и ведем логистику по всему миру. Наш флагман Донна Елена. А на коробке русская матрешка, которую узнают и уважают везде. С каждой проданной коробки часть средств идет на поддержку спорта. Это не просто слова, а действия. Агат-Аква и Бананас. Ду спорт.
Дамы и господа, пока мы ждем выход в прямой эфир телеканала Матч ТВ, небольшое интервью в ринге. Рядом со мной звезда российской кулачки, настоящий мастер кровавых и жесточайших поединков, боксер, кикбоксер и в первую очередь кулачный боец Ильнар Хантер Ишимбаев. Местный боец, звезда, который конечно, плотно ассоциирует Уфу и кулачные бои. Ильнар, я знаю, что у тебя есть анонс твоего следующего поединка, который совсем скоро пройдет именно здесь, в этом городе.
Насколько скоро в Уфе пройдет бои на голых кулаках под эгидой IBA или Prime, я не знаю, но надеемся в 2026 году. Но хочу отметить, что в ноябре 15 числа в Ижевске я проведу свой следующий поединок, куда вас всех приглашаю, не так далеко, а поддержка земляков, она очень сильно ощущается и чувствуется, и придает такого куража и уверенности.
Я вот слушаю, как ты говоришь, ты точно кулачник вообще? Ты точно боец? Потому что многие отмечают, что и комментатор ты перспективный. Как это вообще возможно? Принимать столько ударов, а тот, кто хоть раз видел твои бои, конечно, знает, о чем я говорю, и при этом вот так здорово выступать. Давай развеем миф вообще о кулачке, потому что я в этом смысле человек заинтересованный. Ничего там страшного нет, дамы и господа. Вот такие ребята выходят и потом дают жару с микрофоном.
На самом деле, я уже давно убедился, сам лично в своем опыте и ведя диалоги с олимпийцами, с профессиональными боксерами, что спорт высоких достижений, бокс или кулачный вид спорта, это очень высоко находишься, там, владеешь титулами или претендуешь на них, там на самом деле глупых ребят нет, они все высокообразованные, у многих, я отмечал, ни одно высшее образование, эрудицию, то IQ, которое позволяет в ринге доминировать. Поэтому это все-таки стереотип насчет, может быть, там, пропущенных ударов или так далее, боксеров. Это просто недалекие люди, там, глупые, приходят в бокс, и такой образуется стереотип. Но в высоких достижениях, там высоко, там глупых людей нет. Они очень серьезные, сильные и очень разносторонние. И на самом деле неплохо поддерживают такие философские темы.
Сейчас мы наблюдали, вернее, ранее тенденцию, что из кулачки, вернее, из бокса в кулачку был большой исход бойцов, особенно в начале развития этого движения. Сейчас же мы все чаще начинаем видеть обратную сторону, когда топовые кулачники, которые добились уже высот, начинают переходить в бокс и зачастую очень здорово себя здесь показывают. У тебя есть ли такие планы в ближайшем будущем или в среднесрочной перспективе?
На самом деле я всегда открыт к предложению. Вы сами знаете, я показываю яркие поединки, работаю на высоком пульсе. И на последний свой поединок боксерский я проводил в Казахстане, в Алма-Ате, где-то 1,5 года назад. И потом у меня такой очень плотный график был по кулачным боям. Ну а так, Кирилл, боксы мы тоже открыты, так что не моргай, на связи.
Ну и тоже важный вопрос. У тебя большое количество уже боев по кулакам. За 4-5 лет ты провел под 20 поединков уже, да? Или за 20. 22 боя на голых кулаках, дамы и господа. Я думаю, это заслуживает отдельных аплодисментов. Таких бойцов в России несколько. На пальцах одной руки, по-моему, можно пересчитать. В чем твой секрет? Почему? Потому что принято считать, что кулачка 3-5 боев, руки все, лицо все, и люди заканчивают. У тебя 22 боя.
Сейчас раскрою секрет. На самом деле боксеры хорошего уровня, они работают по площадям, если понимаете, о чем я говорю, четко по площадям, и поэтому траектория ударов не позволяет их травмировать. А когда выходишь там в кулачке с рукопашником там, или с самбистом, не в обиду этой дисциплине, они работают просто большое количество ударов, лишь бы в тебя, там, вперед куда-нибудь. Да. А боксер высокообученный, он работает по площадям, поэтому ему не составляет там какой-то проблемы, там, поэтому без травм обходится. И, например, вот я проводил поединки с международниками по боксу, у меня сечек не было на лице, потому что четко работаю по площадям, корпус, подбородок. Когда вот выходишь там с других каких-то разрядников, с другой дисциплины, там чуть сложнее, там не тот тайминг, просто рубочка такая получается.
Глядя на твое лицо, очень мало поединков с боксерами ты проводил, в основном такие рубки.
А я еще стилистический такой, пока такой в плотный обмен ударами не войду, не включаюсь. Это мой стиль, я раньше по этому поводу переживал, а сейчас смирился, понял, что это есть я. Я пару ударов могу пропустить и именно тогда включаюсь. Есть такой факт.
Ну что ж, дамы и господа, Ильнар Хантер Ишимбаев, который 15 ноября в Ижевске проведет свой следующий бой по кулачке и, возможно, совсем скоро выйдет в боксерский ринг здесь, в Уфе. Спасибо, скоро вернемся. Дамы и господа, совсем немного остается до начала основного карда нашего турнира. Напоминаю, что это IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. Впереди 3 главных боя вечера. В том числе мы увидим поединок Азалии, Аминевой и Артура Субханкулова. Ну а пока прошу приветствуйте в ринге генеральный директор компании IBA.PRO, промоутер турнира Альберт Сиеста. Альберт, появились феерические за стиль, отдельная пятерка. Ну что, 3 боя ожидаем. Какой бой ждешь лично ты?
Я, конечно же, жду главный бой вечера. Артур Субкханкулов против Тиграна UZLYAN. Я вам обещаю, вот я отвечу перед всеми, это просто чумовой бой. Реально, вы себе представить не можете это противостояние. Это 50 на 50. Мне звонил Мелбет, букмекеры, говорят: Ал, ну маленькую подсказку дай нам, кто фаворит? Я говорю: ребята, я буду сидеть на заборе, смотреть. Я не буду сюда вмешиваться. Это чистый 50 на 50. Я вам гарантирую. Пожалуйста, посмотрите этот бой. Возможно, лучший бой вечера.
Ну, здесь главный фаворит – это зритель, да, тот, кто не проиграет ни при каких обстоятельствах, это зрители, которым повезло оказаться сегодня здесь, потому что действительно классный вечер бокса, потрясающее главное событие вечера. Но вы говорите как фанат бокса, а вот я жду боя Азалии Аминевой, лично я.
Это официальная, самая красивая боксерша в Российской Федерации. Азалия Аминева. Уфа, а почему так тихо? Что происходит? Давайте поаплодируем. Одаренная, красивая, талантливая. У нее очень большое будущее. И, естественно, огромное будущее в боксе у ее города.
Но лично по моей версии, это самая красивая боксерша мира. Я бы не стал Россией ограничиваться. Хорошо, здесь понятно. Плюс еще Павел Силягин, который совсем скоро откроет наш основной карт. Это действующий чемпион WBC Silver во 2-м среднем весе. Сейчас проводит 6-раундовый бой против крепкого соперника. И есть ли какие-то планы на карьеру этого парня? Потому что вот-вот в какой-то момент он был рядом с поединком против Канело. Ну, по рейтингам.
Павел Силягин – это уникум. Это один из самых надежных российских боксеров, который в рейтингах уже 5 лет. Я надеюсь, что в 26-м году и удастся подраться за чемпиона мира и заработать достаточно денег, чтобы уже о них не думать.
А Кeiber GONZALEZ будет его соперником. Фанаты, которые следят за турнирами IBA, наверное, помнят его потрясающее выступление в Самаре в прошлом году, где он едва не сотворил апсет, отправив в тяжелый нокдаун Джамбулата Бижамова, который, правда, поднялся и затем устроил трепку венесуэльцу, но, тем не менее, это очень крепкий соперник. Чего ждать в этом бою?
Мои друзья, маленький инсайт. Вот Бижамов, которого он отправил в нокдаун, только что выиграл чемпионат России в Екатеринбурге. Вы понимаете уровни? Слабых боксеров в Венесуэле не бывает. Вот вы сами это увидите. Я, честно говорю, зарезервирую свое мнение, буду тихонечко молчать, потому что, не дай бог, произойдет несчастный случай. Вот маленькую интригу закидываю вам. Поэтому давайте посмотрим, что произойдет. Очень тяжелый бой, очень. Поэтому комментировать не буду, а ринг покажет.
Ну и давайте все-таки проанонсируем следующий турнир. Я знаю, что 6 октября Санкт-Петербург, IBA грянет в северной столице. Что там смотреть?
Уфимцы, я вас приглашаю в Санкт-Петербург на 6 октября в КСК-арену. Там сумасшедшие бои. Поэтому если возьмите каникулы, вот если глава города разрешит, может быть, Уфа может прилететь в Питер. Мы там реально забронируем вам целую трибуну и добро пожаловать, Уфа, в Питер, посмотреть следующее наше мероприятие. Что-то тихо очень. А главный бой – это тяжеловесы. Сергей Кузьмин против легендарного, культового, очень страшного Мурада Халидова. Это серьезный бой.
Ну и международная экспансия будет у турниров IBA до конца 2025 года или мощнейшие выстрелы все прибегли уже на 26-й?
Нет, будет, конечно, но я не имею права анонсировать, потому что пока что это секрет. Но в скором будущем анонс будет. Анонс неизбежен.
Что ж, дамы и господа, Альберт Сиеста, генеральный директор IBA.PRO, который готовит для нас несколько мощных бомб в профессиональном боксе.
Очень хочется выйти из ринга под ваши аплодисменты. Пожалуйста.
Он запомнит тех, кто не аплодировал. РБК УВА – это региональная платформа федерального медиахолдинга РБК. В структуре компании телеканал РБК Уфа, новостной сайт ufa.rbc.ru, ивент-направление и группы в соцсетях. Медиахолдинг объединяет сотни тысяч пользователей и занимает лидирующие места в рейтингах СМИ. Телеканал трижды лауреат Всероссийской телевизионной премии ТЭФИ.
Ценность деловой информации постоянно растет. Ценность независимой информации растет ежесекундно. Бизнес FM Уфа.
Дамы и господа, совсем скоро, буквально через считанные минуты, мы переходим к поединкам основного карда нашего турнира, который пройдет в прямом эфире федерального телеканала Матч ТВ. Поэтому просьба возвращаться в зал и занимать свои места. Совсем скоро большой бокс в Уфе. Дамы и господа, менее 5 минут остается до выхода в прямой эфир телеканала Матч ТВ. Грандиозное боксерское шоу IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. господа, мы приветствуем вас в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ и на трибунах Центра борьбы в Уфе, столице Башкортостана. Международная ассоциация бокса IBA при личной поддержке президента IBA Умара Назаровича Кремлева, промоутерские компании IBA Challenger, Iron and Glove Promotions, Patriot Boxing и Динамо Boxing при поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан и Федерации бокса России представляют вашему вниманию вечер бокса Melbet IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане! И прямо сейчас мы начинаем бои основного карда. Вас ждут 3 зубодробительных поединка с участием ведущих российских боксеров, в том числе главное событие вечера – 10-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона WBA Continental в легком весе. Боксер из Краснодара Тигран UZLYAN против представляющего Уфу Башкортостан Артура Субкханкулова. Но прежде чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в ринг, добро пожаловать сюда, в этот ринг, премьер-министр правительства Республики Башкортостан, президент Федерации бокса Республики Башкортостан Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров.
Дорогие зрители и телезрители, приветствую всех вас здесь, в Башкортостане, в Уфе, на 5-м уникальном профессиональном вечере бокса IBA, который показывает, насколько популярен бокс в мире, в России и в Башкортостане. Конечно, такой праздник не мог произойти без поддержки нашей команды Республики Башкортостан, возглавляемой главой республики Расич Хабировым, который присутствует здесь в зале. И, конечно же, такое мероприятие, такой праздник возможно только с участием и при поддержке Международной ассоциации бокса, возглавляемой президентом Умаром Назаровичем Кремлевым, который находится тоже здесь, в Уфе, в этом зале. Дорогие друзья, Башкортостан продолжает популяризировать здоровый образ жизни и бокс, поэтому мы проводим здесь массу спортивных мероприятий в этом зале. И в этом году еще приглашаем вас сюда на чемпионат России по боксу среди женщин, который пройдет с 27 ноября по 6 декабря. Дорогие зрители и телезрители, благодарим вас за поддержку. И при вас благодарим всех партнеров и спонсоров нашего профессионального вечера бокса. Всем хорошего настроения и нашим боксерам хороших боев.
Премьер-министр правительства Республики Башкортостан, президент Федерации бокса Республики Башкортостан Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России и Всемирной боксерской ассоциации WBA Сергей Хурсанов. Судьи и рефери Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Журкин, Игорь Бещук и Сергей Летунов. Все Россия. Из Италии Энрико Личини и Мишель Максюта, Бельгия. Хронометрист турнира Ильдар Махмутов. Доктор в рингсайде Виктория Гамеева. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, то мы готовы! Представляю вашему вниманию первый поединок основного карда. 6-раундовый бой в супер-среднем весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Венесуэлы Кейбер Гонзалез.
So welcome back everybody. We are now set for the headline part of the card, and this is a super middleweight contest between Pavel SILYAGIN and Keiber GONZALEZ, who comes to the ring with a good record. I've seen him a couple of times. He's won the Venezuelan middleweight title in the past. He boxed on an IBA Champions Night in Caracas last August, where I felt he was quite lucky to get the win on points over 8 rounds against a Mexican fighter called Elias Espadas. And then last November in Samara, again in IBA.PRO, he found himself in against Shambalat Bishamov, who is one of my favourite up-and-coming fighters, a Russian middleweight, a terrific fighter. I remember first seeing him in the World Championships in 2021, and Gonzalez managed to go the rounds with him that night, but the skill differential between the two was too much to be bridged. But as I say, he brings a good record to the ring, a former national champion as an amateur as well as a professional. But he's got another tough task ahead of him here, getting in with Pavel SILYAGIN.
И прямо сейчас приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга из Новосибирска, Россия, Pavel SILYAGIN.
SILYAGIN undefeated as a pro, 16 wins and 1 draw. That draw coming over 10 rounds when he was 13-0, so a little while ago now, against Evgeny Shevchenko. He's highly ranked, number 7 with the IBF, number 8 with the WBA, has held a WBC silver title in the past and also an IBF Intercontinental. He was a very good amateur. Got a bronze medal at the World Championships in 2015, lost to Julio La Cruz, who I think at that point was probably at the peak of his powers, the Cuban. That spell 2013 to 2017. He was successful beyond that, of course, but around that time he was basically unbeatable in that 3-round format. Boxed a lot of WSB too.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 6 раундов бокса в суперсреднем весе. Лимит весовой категории 76,2 килограмма. Представляю участников боя. Первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, рост 187 сантиметров, вес 77,6 килограмма. Он представляет Тумеремо, Венесуэла. Его впечатляющий рекорд насчитывает 22 боя, 21 победа при всего одном поражении и 18 ярких побед нокаутом. Претендент на титул WBO Latino, действующий чемпион Венесуэлы среди профессионалов по прозвищу Danger Boy, опасный парень, Keiber GONZALEZ. Его сопернику в золотом углу 32 года. Его рост 186 сантиметров, вес 77,8 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса, 3-кратный чемпион России, бронзовый призер чемпионата мира, действующий чемпион WB Asia и обладатель пояса WBC Silver, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 17 боев, 16 побед при одной ничье, 8 ярких побед нокаутом. Дамы и господа, из Новосибирска, Россия, Pavel SILYAGIN. Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдырев.
Gentlemen, listen to my command, follow the rules, touch gloves.
Listo. SILYAGIN's had one fight in IBA.PRO before tonight. That was in May in Belarus, a win over 8 against Carlos Gongora, who at that stage had recently gone 10 against Christian Umbili, which is not an easy thing to do. So a touch of gloves between these two to start with. SILYAGIN in the white, Gonzalez in the black. They're scheduled for 6th. There are high hopes for SILYAGIN. As I say, he's well ranked with a couple of those sanctioning bodies. And to describe him as well schooled, I think, would be an understatement. He's always, his entire career, been in exactly the kind of shape you see him now. The first time I watched him, I remember just being tremendously impressed by the back on him. I saw him in East London against Joshua Buatsi in a World Series boxing match between the British Lionhearts and the Russian team back in 2015, and he got the win that night. And I've been kind of looking out for him ever since. His pro career has maybe been a little bit of a slow burn, but you would say there are possibilities in that super middleweight division off the back of what we saw between Canelo and Crawford. You would expect those belts to scatter. They're already beginning to scatter. He's got a traditional kind of setup, hasn't he, when you look at him, SILYAGIN?
Well, fights with Gongora usually go one way. You either get stopped or you outbox him and you look good doing that, and that's what SILYAGIN did do, like you mentioned there. Unless you've been living under a rock, there's been one big movement in the super middleweight division. That's Terence Crawford's brilliant win over Canelo Alvarez. At 32, SILYAGIN wants to get a move on, unless you're Terence Crawford. Time waits for no man, but you want to position yourself into a more prominent position in that super middleweight picture, and that's what SILYAGIN aims to do. He's got Gonzalez in front of him. He's trying to put a halt to that, but SILYAGIN looks to be someone who could be a bit of a mover and shaker within a very much talented division for fighters who are looking to grab a title opportunity.
Just looking to try and use that jab, keep Gonzalez honest with that jab. Gonzalez with that high guard will look to kind of move in behind it. He doesn't work too much with his own lead hand, claiming to the referee there that he was caught round the back of the head. He's got 6 rounds here. And I think for Gonzalez, he will get off whenever he can. He will look to try and keep SILYAGIN honest, but I think he's aware of the fact that this is a difficult task for him. A kind of right-hand lead there from SILYAGIN was interesting, almost stepped southpaw as he threw it, but so far he's been sensible. He's got that high guard himself. The elbows do come a bit away from the body, is one thing you notice when you look at the way that he's set up, but the early signs are here that he's going to get things probably his own way throughout the course of this 6 rounds. It'd be good to see Gonzalez really give it a crack here.
Gonzalez claimed that he took a shot to the back of the head, but it seemed like he was quite out of position, and commentators we often talk sometimes about distress signals, but that seemed to be a little bit of a distress signal from Gonzalez from taking that shot.
Third jab of that trio got through.
On the ear. On the ears, close to the back of the head.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, was there? When you see it the second time, it goes straight into the side of the head, and they can cause problems.
Gonzalez needs to get the measure of SILYAGIN's range pretty quickly, otherwise he can be on the end of the first shot and the final shot combination, which was there previously.
He was unlucky when it came to the Olympic Games, SILYAGIN, because, as I mentioned, he won that bronze at the World Championships in 2015, and you expected to see him in Rio, really, but Russia had 2 really good middleweights in Artem Chebotarev and Peter Kamukov, and in the end it was Kamukov who got boosted up from middleweight to light heavyweight, and he ended up going to the Olympics at 81 kilos after getting through the world qualifier in Baku. So I don't know the exact ins and outs of what happened there, but having got a bronze medal at the World Championships the previous October, to not get an opportunity to qualify for the Olympics was surprising. Good lead left hand there from Gonzalez, but getting information about the ins and outs of selection at national team level when you're dealing with most teams, to be honest, but in my experience with Russia and Cuba, is basically impossible.
Nothing's rushed from SILYAGIN's work right now. He's picking his shots well. waiting to see for an opening and then he'll throw.
Just got through with the jab there, Gonzalez.
He's finding his way into the fight now. The first round was way too tentative. I imagine his corner must have told him that you need to get some work now, and he's doing that. Doesn't seem to be as afraid as he was in that first fight, just turned his back there though a little bit. Very wary, reticent of a big shot coming through, but a bit more work now, a bit more foundation in his offense than there was in the first.
Good work again there though from SILYAGIN, just doubles up on the jab. Both of them found the target, drove him back to the ropes and looks to let go with that right hand. The right hand, every now and again from SILYAGIN, looks a little bit forced. He kind of muscles it in rather than just shoots it nice and loose straight down the middle. And he does like that right hand lead. He throws it again there. It's a risky shot because if you're short with it, then generally you're going to come a bit square and leave yourself quite open, but he's thrown it 2 or 3 times. Final 30 seconds of round 2. Stepped in there, SILYAGIN, but Gonzalez did well there. Just took his feet out, had that guard up. There was nothing really left on those punches by the time they landed.
A better round from Gonzalez. Don't have him winning it, but sometimes boxing can be so complicated. But he's just simplified it, but actually just throwing this time round in the second round. That's helped him. An adjustment as well too in guarding his left ear from the first shot that he took in the first round. He's now aware of that. He's suitably, not there, but suitably covering it up.
Yeah, I think what you said at the end of the first round was absolutely right. Sometimes fighters, when they're in that away corner, they'll just give you the impression that they'd rather not be there, and it can start quite quick. And he needed a decent second round there. He needed to just not feel sorry for himself and get himself into the fight, and he's done that. As you said, he didn't win that round, but he had a lot more to say, didn't he?
A lot more to say, and that's what you build off of. Something like you're in the away corner here, you're in a different territory. It's not expected really to go your way, but you've got to leave an impression in each round. Each round is its own matchup, each round is its own fight, and you've got to find your way into it. He found his way into it in the second, he didn't do it in the first. You've got something to build off of now.
Throws a right down to the body there, SILYAGIN, and then a left, but we haven't seen him work to the body too much. And when you look at the way that Gonzalez is set up, he's got that high guard. He's not really protecting that midriff at all. It's always on offer. It's always there for you.
His first minute, he's abandoned from with him, with SILYAGIN. The second round, the success that he had, he's just put it in the pocket for the moment. I'm not sure why. Might be at a moment ago he just tried that big wing and overhand right, SILYAGIN saw it coming.
To southpaw SILYAGIN. To orthodox. Goes down to the body there as he looks to trap Gonzalez in the corner. there's that right hand lead, but he stepped in and got the distance right with it, and then stepped around it and through the left hand.
Odd round so far from Gonzalez. Don't quite know what he's trying here, apart from that big shot when he had success in that second round throwing with and finding a gap in between the shots with SILYAGIN. Maybe he's just trying a few things out and he'll revert back to what he did in the second.
That was a good right hand, the third punch of the combination, got round the back of the guard. So just about at the midway point here, SILYAGIN looking to finish this round nice and strong, and Gonzalez is looking to find a way through this basically. He's looking to try and go the distance here, throwing flurries, but he feels like he's getting a little bit too much under the cosh. He'll produce something to try and get SILYAGIN to back off. It'll be interesting to see, won't it, if SILYAGIN can go through the gears a bit in rounds 4, 5 and 6, just ramp it up bit by bit, whether he can get Gonzalez into that place where he's feeling a bit sorry for himself and doesn't really want to know. I think it's possible.
It is, but I imagine here that we don't have the virtue of translation here at the moment, but whatever the Venezuelan version of the riot act is, I hope that the trainer is reading that to him right now, because he just seemed to shell up, was happy to go on the ropes. The body shots were openings for SILYAGIN, he found them. He did answer with trying to throw like a big overhand right, a couple of shots as well too off of the back of it, but you can't repeat that pattern from the third into the fourth now, and 6-round contest. The window closes.
No, he's not come here with a ton of ambition, I don't think. I think that's a fair comment, and what it's looking like is that he is looking to fulfil the role of an away corner fighter here and get through the 6 rounds. Originally, I think it was slated for 8. That was the information we had, and knocked down to 6, which would have been something I think that Team Gonzalez would have wanted rather than SILYAGIN.
We've got to give the credit to SILYAGIN here as well too, because that jab, that puts you in your place and that makes you hesitant, that forces you to think whatever offense you had, that corrects you.
Switch stance again there, SILYAGIN, now back to orthodox. He gets kind of caught halfway between the two at times, deliberately, I think, for the most part. He'll step into that right hand. I described it as a right hand leaned earlier on. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's just him stepping into a southpaw jab, really, just turning the stance around completely. And then he'll throw the left hand, then another right, which is what we watched Sergey Kovalev do for years and years and years, and you can make an impact with that, definitely.
You can afford to make the mistakes, you can afford to take risks, because there's just not a lot of adventure coming from Gonzalez, and when he does do that, finds a couple of jabs at the top, might be blocked, but then he finds that right hand down to the body, which hasn't told yet, but will slow down Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is taking the opportunity here to get on the front foot a little bit. I think he looked at SILYAGIN, felt like he was maybe trying to nick a touch of a rest.
He wants to push, or at least force SILYAGIN to throw, and then he'll throw a big winging right hand over, again like he did previously. Those opportunities just seem too far few. He needs to just vary this up a bit as well. It's thrown to the head, I don't see much body work from Gonzalez either.
Si tú le das otro como el de hace rato.
He's looking for the body there with that right hand, Gonzalez. He was well short with it.
Out of range,
out
of range.
Садовое кольцо с 2003 года создает современные жилые дома высокого качества. Сегодня география присутствия компании включает...
Very rarely throws a single jab, SILYAGIN, does he? It's usually a double, a triple sometimes. He doesn't extend it all that much, but he does have good success with it. As you said earlier on, he keeps you occupied. It's always something to think about.
That's exactly what it is. You might have a thought of what you're going to do or have an idea to set a trap there, but when you've got 3 jabs landing in your face or occupying that space, it's hard to effect what you were planning to do, and that must be the trouble that Gonzalez is going through right now. A little bit of lack of ambition in there as well, but then the onus switches over to SILYAGIN to go through the gears a little bit more and see if he can land a dent in like he did in that first round where Gonzalez seems to be hurt by that, or he's bothered by that shot in the ear.
And I think that's what we want to see him do now. As you say, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but just get that tempo up and really try and put your man under some pressure, make him really, really uncomfortable, and just see what happens, because things can unravel quite quickly. It's not the be-all and end-all getting stoppages, but you know, this is a 6-round fight. It's on a good platform. It's a marked time fight for him, really. As I say, I think they were hoping for something a bit meatier for him, but this is an opportunity to impress. So don't just go through the motions. Push it, and push it hard, because the punch that really worked for him in that first round was the one that kind of looped in around the back of the guard, and that is there for you as well with that high guard he's got, which is in front of the face. You see it there. That's a perfect angle of it there. That right hand in round the back. I think that's something that could, as it did earlier, pay some dividends.
It's clearly hurtful with his shots, because the shots that get through, whilst you don't see a reaction on the face, but they've stopped Gonzalez from throwing like he did previously, and I think that's the tell of a fight. He's got more in his locker, which is whether he wants to bring it out of him. Well, with, like we mentioned before, with the super middleweight division having a lot of movement, maybe you just want to get through these type of fights and just cement your position. Don't have to take any risks, don't have to do anything silly, because you know you're in a good place right now and you're moving on to better things. So don't risk getting caught, get through the fight, look good doing it, don't take many shots. But that's what's been closed as well to after that second round. Not a lot coming back. A brilliant flurry there, and there's no offense back from Gonzalez too, so that in itself is impressive, apart from this little bit of petulance that's come out from Gonzalez.
That was good from SILYAGIN. Good rapid hand speed up close. He catches a couple of jabs there as he's trying to just backpedal slightly.
Good movement there. Pivot off of that. He just wants to maybe come back with a left hook off the back of that.
But this is good from Gonzalez. He's looking to try and make his own argument here. He's not just going to allow SILYAGIN to have it all his own way. He's experienced enough to know that that's not the way to do things here. He's losing the fight, he'll know that. He's lost every round. But he doesn't want SILYAGIN to get too much wind in his sails and really fancy this in the 6th and final round. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Gonzalez come out at the start of the 6th with a little bit of snap, because if you can do that, then it'll just make your opponent think twice about really going for broke or really putting their foot flat to the floor in that final 3 minutes. Put them more in mind of just accepting the points win. He's that experienced, SILYAGIN. Fighters who boxed as long as he has at international elite amateur level, and all of that WSB he had as well, they generally don't go looking too hard for stoppages. They understand that the more you look for it, as the adage goes, the less likely it is to come, but I would still like to see him really pursue it.
Might be a little bit of a weird thing to say, but it's almost like he's sort of happy to give away those jabs in exchange for a little bit of breather. Those jabs that he took in this round were after that flurry where he must have thrown surplus of 10-15 punches or further from that. So it was almost like he's happy to, look, you can have those 3 after I've landed that multitude of punches. In return, I can take a little bit of a breather and then mount some offense again off the back of it. But that's all he's been limited to, Gonzalez, for the last couple of rounds, and SILYAGIN will be more than happy with that.
Yeah, I think if SILYAGIN had longer here, I think if he did have the 8 rounds or if he had 10 rounds, then you know he would know. He's realised already that with somebody like Gonzalez, if he's going to really get on top of him, then he's going to have to take a few himself. That's the trade-off, isn't it, basically? that right hand again. We saw the replay between rounds where he did manage to get one in round the back of that glove, and when he does that, it looks like it could potentially be damaging. But Gonzalez, to be fair to him, outside of that complaint in the first round, hasn't really shown any signs of distress. He's not really shown any sign of being hurt.
Right hook to the body from SUBKHANKULOV. It's a nice shot. He's just not landed it enough. Landed it early in this first round, in this sixth final round, sorry.
Okay?
Looked to try and pin his man on the ropes there. Gonzalez did well though, just slipped the right hand, dipped, got underneath and manoeuvred his way off those ropes.
That's the difference between a little bit, well, more than just a little bit of experience. You saw GABDRAFIKOV pinning BAIMOLDA on the ropes, and BAIMOLDA didn't know what to do. But then Gonzalez, when he pinned the ropes, just moved forward, stifled the flurry, and then was able to get back into the centre of the ring.
So inside the final minute, you look at him switch between stances, SILYAGIN. You do get the feeling he's more effective when he just stays orthodox. I think most fighters are more effective in one stance than the other. Switching is something that you see lots of people do. I think there's not that many people who use it all that effectively.
Yeah, he looks a lot more loose when he's in orthodox. By no means is he bad in southpaw. You feel like his home's more orthodox, and he's able to move around the ring a little more freely from the orthodox stance. You haven't really seen him throw a big shot though, have you, through these 6 rounds?
Not really, not really. So there goes the bell. There's a good 6 rounds for SILYAGIN. He will have known about Gonzalez. He'll have known that he brings a good record. He'll have known that he'd gone the distance with Bashkortostan, for example, as mentioned. He's a very good fighter, and as we said, you don't go looking for that stoppage too hard. And the merits of a performance are not just solely on whether you manage to get somebody out of there or not, but it was a worthwhile outing for him on a good card, on a good platform. Gonzalez, as you say, he showed experience there. He didn't show a ton of ambition. He's travelled a long way. He wanted to hear the final bell, and he made sure he did that.
And what was impressive about SILYAGIN's performance is that he made it routine. He made it look routine pretty much from the outset, and he forced Gonzalez after that second round where he saw some offense, minimal off of the back of that, and that's what's really impressive. I think SILYAGIN didn't really make any adjustments, but he just put a little bit more of what he's about into the fight. He came round with some hooks, left hooks and right hooks up top, and then the body shots down on the right side of Gonzalez, his left, sorry. They were able to put him off from being as venturous as he was in the second, and that's what I think is impressive from SILYAGIN's performance here. He gets through, he doesn't take any real damage. He allowed Gonzalez to throw what he wanted, really, and that came with minimal risk, and that itself is impressive in its own right.
Number 7 with the IBF, number 8 with the WBA. They need to try and get him up those rankings. SILYAGIN, that's the mission, really. You mentioned his age earlier on, and at 32, and the condition he's obviously always kept himself in. He certainly lived a life. I'd say there's enough left there, but a sprawling, long international amateur career and a lot of 5-round fights in WSB. He has got some miles on the clock.
It only gets tougher. I mean, you look at when you move your eyes from Crawford and Canelo, you look at Martinez and then Billy that was on the undercard, and that was a real rock'em sock'em affair. Neither really budged, did they, from that fight? So from those rounds. So you look at SILYAGIN and where he wants to get to. That's the level that you're going to operate, and you feel like he's got the ability to do that, but that's where he's going to have to get to next to really get himself in title contention.
Yeah, that was a tremendous fight. It really was.
Итак, дамы и господа, в первом поединке основного карда единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающим поражений Pavel SILYAGIN, Россия.
So SILYAGIN with the win, as was expected, and as we've been discussing, it's a case now of just mounting that challenge, working out what the best route is. And that was that shot in the first round that he didn't like Gonzalez, and he certainly didn't enjoy. But after that, he did a pretty good job, the Venezuelan, of staying out of major trouble.
Just watching that replay back, there was a little bit of wobble that came from it. It was an ear shot, wasn't it? So the equilibrium would be a little bit scrambled after that, but SILYAGIN maybe just didn't see it. Maybe thought it was a little bit just too early, just to. And this is someone who's capable of defending themselves, maybe felt he was showing a little bit more than maybe was affected, so just on a cautionary eye as opposed to looking to mount off the back of it, but it seemed like he had his opponent in a bit of a state.
Congratulations there from IBA President Umar Krumlov.
Not marking him, he'll be out soon enough.
You'd think so. You'd certainly think so.
Дамы и господа, наш турнир IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане продолжит 6-раундовый женский поединок. И прямо сейчас добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Турции Neslihan MOLLAOGLU.
So next up, we've got 6 2-minute rounds in the welterweight division, and making her way to the ring now from Turkey is Neslihan MOLLAOGLU. 2 wins and 1 defeat in her career so far. The 2 wins coming in Turkey, the defeat on the road in Kosovo over 8 rounds. Has competed as well as a pro kickboxer. This is her IBA.PRO debut, and a good opportunity for her to show what she can do, and we've seen people take opportunities in the away corner throughout the course of IBA.PRO, and she's in with a fighter who's got a lot of backing in Azaliya AMINEVA. I've seen her 3 times already, AMINEVA, and you can tell that she's being groomed as a potential star of this setup. So there's plenty of eyes on this for MOLLAOGLU, and that's exactly how she has to think about this.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга, представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан, Azaliya! AMINEVA!
From Oktyabrsky, which is in this region, so she's got very good support here. Azaliya AMINEVA, 3 fights, 3 wins. Made her debut in SUBKHANKULOV last July. I was at that fight actually. It was a tremendous night. Batakatiev against John O'Carroll. Gadjimagomedov against Zhang in this purpose-built outdoor arena on the outskirts of the town, and she got a first round stoppage. Since then she's had a couple of wins on points over 6 and over 8. Good amateur. Won plenty of titles, 2-time European Youth Champion. Went to the World Championships in 2023.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает женский поединок. Формула боя 6 раундов по 2 минуты. Весовая категория до 66,7 килограмма. Представляю участниц этого боя первым боксера в черном углу. Ей 32 года, рост 161 сантиметр, официальный вес 64 килограмма 450 граммов. Ее рекорд насчитывает 3 боя, 2 победы при всего 1 поражении. Представляющая Трабзон, Турция, Неслихан MOLLAOGLU! Ее соперницы в золотом углу, 22 года, рост 176 сантиметров, вес 65,8 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса, двукратная чемпионка России, победитель игр стран БРИКС. Ее рекорд на турнирах IBA.PRO насчитывает 3 боя, 3 победы, в том числе 1 нокаутом. Представляющая Октябрьский, Башкортостан, Россия, Азалия AMINEVA! Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин.
Stop. Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So you can see the height difference between the two of them there as they were called to the centre of the ring. AMINEVA in the white, MOLLAOGLU in the black. 15 centimetres as these two clash.
Bit of a change in the atmosphere in the arena there as well when AMINEVA came out. She got the champions announcement from the announcer, and then she got the fans recognition as well. So very much got a bit of backing around her as well, and the fans keen to see her.
When you look at the physical differences between these two, it seems obvious what AMINEVA should do here. Just use that wingspan, keep it on the outside, start off softening MOLLAOGLU up with the jab, and she's getting down to work quickly here. Landed a good combination. The gloves were up, so maybe half blocked the majority of those punches, but they were still nice and solid, and then in the end got thrown to the floor. And MOLLAOGLU is standing in range really, which is a dangerous place to be. You get the feeling in a contest like this for her, given she's under the cosh here enormously right at the start of the fight, and the referee, I don't think was close to stepping in there, but MOLLAOGLU has got to do more than that, because if she's just going to cover up and just stand within range here with AMINEVA, AMINEVA is just going to set her feet and let her hands go.
It's an electric start from AMINEVA. She didn't really need to throw her opponent to the canvas. She could have just taken a step back there and worked even more because there's not a lot coming from MOLLAOGLU herself, so it's all her in the ascendancy, all her momentum right now, and she's picking her shots nicely and throwing off the back of it because the physical attributes kind of, she's got the length in the arms, she can dictate the pace, she can dictate the range, she can dictate the range with her feet as well. She's got all the assets here to put on an impressive performance, and she is so far.
So final few seconds of round one, and it's been a good opening round for the home fighter. MOLLAOGLU short with the right hand and then just clicked with the jab again, and the touch of gloves between the two, and MOLLAOGLU has got a real task on her hands here because from what we've seen in that opening round, she is out of her depth.
Yeah, I mean, she has a pedigree within the kickboxing and the Muay Thai space, so you think she'll be able to translate some things over it. It's not always completely alien for those who step into the ring to, if they've got kickboxing experience, to carry that through. And we've seen champions and people that have to do a wide range of all experiences within the kickboxing realm and bringing that over here to boxing and make good success of their career. So you'd think MOLLAOGLU have a bit more about her, but right now she's shown nothing. That's because of the offense of AMINEVA.
Absolutely, you have to give AMINEVA credit, but you can just see MOLLAOGLU there in the replays. When she's under fire, she just tucks up and waits for it to end, which is not necessarily going to, because AMINEVA just sets her feet, gets that distance, and is able just to let those hands go and keep letting them go. And that's the problem that she's going to have here, MOLLAOGLU. She's got to try and smother and spoil as much as she can to try and get through these 6 2-minute rounds, and either just pull herself completely out of range and try and find open water and live there, if you like, or get right up close, all the way out or all the way in, because if she can get inside that long reach and bore in with her head to the chest like she's trying to do there, that's the way forward for her. But AMINEVA is not going to make that easy for her, I don't think.
The way forward isn't stepping back, and that's what she's doing right now, because AMINEVA's pushing her back with the jab. She's finding that jab in her face as soon as she steps forward, but she's got to kind of try and parry that and then come through with something down to the body and then build up to the head if she can. But just stifling that distance and trying to maybe battle with that lead hand from AMINEVA might be a route for her, but right now she's not really figuring that out or finding it either. What she's finding is the barrage punches in front of her.
AMINEVA just flicking that jab out, almost hitting her with the back of the glove.
I was saying to you before that the contest started, it's very reminiscent of Savannah Marshall. I find her to be quite gangly. Those long arms can be hunched over as well too, and the way she throws a combination as well, very reminiscent of her own Brit Savannah Marshall.
Well, she carries those hands low, doesn't she? Really kind of explodes them up from the waist, and again she's just manoeuvred MOLLAOGLU back into the corner here and just waiting before she launches another assault. She might be looking to try and dress things up a little bit more here, just to try and prise open a gap, maybe just vary up the weight of punch. But again, MOLLAOGLU gets caught there and she's in trouble here, and does manage to just dip, get underneath and get a hold of AMINEVA to a degree. And there goes the bell at the end of another pretty bruising round for MOLLAOGLU, who is certainly earning her money tonight, and AMINEVA having this all her own way, and it's just a question really of how can she force a stoppage here.
Yeah, I think she's happy to entertain the fans as well too. She drops her guard down and she just throws a little bit of a speculative punch to MOLLAOGLU. I think she's happy to just showcase what she has to the fans, keep it going for a bit more and end it essentially when she wants to, with whether it be a flurry or finding a big shot landing on MOLLAOGLU. But she's forcing it back. You see the footwork as well too when it comes from MOLLAOGLU. It's not quite right, not quite efficient for the boxing fight game. So it's all in her favour, AMINEVA, and she can continue to entertain, or she can find a way to close the curtain earlier than the scheduled distance.
So into the third, AMINEVA in the white, MOLLAOGLU in the black. To come after this are top of the bill, Artur SUBKHANKULOV up against Tigran UZLYAN. 10 rounds for the WBA Continental title at lightweight. SUBKHANKULOV, another local fighter.
Neslihan, head up, head up.
Just measuring with that lead hand. AMINEVA.
She's finding the pot shots now, finding those just a little bit of throwing away the 1-2, 1-2, and then she's finding a little bit of uppercut in there, or a shot down to the body, whatever she can. She's happy to throw it because she's in full flow and having fun. MOLLAOGLU's not really tried anything though actually in return. She could throw a big overhand right, she could try him with a left hook or just step in, and there's a shot there.
I think if anything, AMINEVA is trying to tempt that out of her, isn't she? The way she's doing it in this round is she's measuring the distance, she's tip-tapping, looking to try and find a gap to really sink something in that's heavy, that just catches her a little bit open, which is what she's done there, and then maybe just rushes it slightly as she's backed MOLLAOGLU up to the ropes, but she's shown that she can tuck up and take some quite heavy punishment, MOLLAOGLU, and AMINEVA, I reckon, just trying to tempt her into something which almost paid off a few seconds ago.
Head up, Neslihan, no holding, step back, break. Stop. Listen to my command, break. Stop.
Looking for any slight opening there because she pushed her opponent off and was hoping the referee wasn't going to say break, and then she would have started again. But it's that kind of job for her, I think, because MOLLAOGLU is certainly tough. She's halfway through the fight here, so she'll be thinking to herself that the end is kind of in sight.
She wants to find an uppercut, she wants to find a left hook around the guard, straight right down the middle as well too, and then she wants a flinch at the end as well. She wants everything out of her opponent, a little bit of spite you quite like from fighters who are looking to establish themselves. Just before, I don't know if we'll see it in this flurry here, but what's also a problem for MOLLAOGLU is that with the shots they're also just putting off balance as well too, so it's hard for her to find her feet, set them, and then throw the big looping shot that she needs to find, or something to the body, because she's just always that little bit of balance.
Stop. Neslihan, no holding. Okay? Box.
She doesn't need a referee on the case, does she? That's the last thing she needs here, MOLLAOGLU.
So far, no offense, no punching, no holding. No route to victory for the moment from MOLLAOGLU.
Flicking that jab up from the waist there, AMINEVA. MOLLAOGLU not allowing herself to be drawn into anything. She does get low, makes herself a difficult target at times. Punching down, as any fighter will tell you, is a difficult thing to do with power.
But we should trade that for punching up like MOLLAOGLU is.
Good left hand, strong left hand there from AMINEVA, and I think she's hurt MOLLAOGLU here. MOLLAOGLU just goes down to a knee, and the accumulation of punches sees the referee start the count, and it was a left hand that did some damage, and she pursued and stayed on top of it.
Not just headhunting as well, despite that height difference, she's still finding the body shot in there as well, which is always the sign of a smart fighter.
20 seconds remaining in the round.
Head up, Neslihan, head up.
Just trying to throw something back there. MOLLAOGLU half turns her back. The bell's about to go any second. And there it goes. 2 more rounds to go. The schedule for 6.
I wonder if the corner might have a look here and maybe pull her out. It's not getting a bad watch in any sort of way, but it's not really mounting her own offense, and in return she's now taking a knockdown. It's only going one way.
Well, Umar Kremlev with the advice there for AMINEVA with a couple of rounds to go. I'm sure he'd love to see a stoppage, and I think you're right. I think if you're in the away corner here, obviously she's not going to win this fight, and all that's going to happen is she's going to get 4 more minutes of this. And what really is the point of that? That's what you've got to ask yourself if you're in that corner, if you're looking after her, because she's given us plenty. I think, to be honest, there's a big gulf between these two in terms of ability, a huge gulf, and I would not have blamed her if she'd taken a seat by now. I really wouldn't.
No, fair play. She got the heart of a warrior, and she's proven that with a previous pedigree in other sports. What you want to see from AMINEVA though now is she's got the beating of her, but you see her take a bit of a half step back, and she doesn't really need to do that. She can force another knockdown or a finish by doing that. If she can find an angle, if she can pivot a little bit to the left or the right, and then find a shot like similar to what SILYAGIN found in the first round of the last fight against GONZALEZ, might find the end of the fight.
Haven't really seen an uppercut from her, have we?
Nothing with any real power. No, they've all kind of doing just those little speculative shots that's been eye-catching, but nothing with real force.
A little step to the side and maybe an uppercut up the centre. That could turn up a result for her, possibly. She's just been allowed to set her feet at that mid-range and get good purchase, good rotation into the punches, and why wouldn't you just keep doing that? Into the second minute of round 5. These 2-minute rounds do tend to slide by. It's a constant debate in pro boxing, 2 minutes or 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes in the amateurs, so I never really understand why there is a debate, to be honest, but I do enjoy the 2 minutes. I think it gives women's pro boxing a signature of its own, a style of its own, and MOLLAOGLU again looked like she might be in a bit of trouble there, but then just came off the ropes and got a hold of AMINEVA, who's quickly back onto it.
Might be a debate over 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but I'm pretty sure MOLLAOGLU's pretty happy with it being 2 minutes right now, although she's probably feeling the hell for those 2 minutes at the moment and wanting them to go past pretty quickly. A double left hook to the body was a nice eye-catching shot, as well as that right hook down to the body as well too. Not negating that work when it'd be very easy to just shoot straight to the head. And like I mentioned, that being a sign of a fighter who's got IQ about them, but also someone who's trying to find that finish too.
She's barely breathing in there, AMINEVA. I think she can just put the pedal to the metal really in this final round and get the stoppage. I think there's a good chance up until this point. You mentioned it earlier on that she's wanting to entertain the crowd. She's enjoying herself. I think almost at any point really she could have forced this issue and got that kind of volume stoppage. Certainly over the course of the last couple of rounds, I think she could have, but she's chosen to take the rounds. But I would expect to see her force the issue and literally force a stoppage in this remaining 2 minutes. If she starts quick, then I think it's there for her.
She got the knockdown already, so she's shown she's more than capable of doing that. It's just on her turn, and sometimes a fighter can decide that on the spur of the moment. She's affected a number of good openings, whether it be to the body or the head, and she's had, like it looked like in the moment, her on the ropes in a bit of trouble, but it's literally down to AMINEVA's decision whether she wants to do that, and she can do that at any point now in this final round.
But the finish tape is in sight here for MOLLAOGLU, and that could do things to you.
There's that uppercut.
Well, a minute into round 6 and MOLLAOGLU has managed to navigate this fairly comfortably so far. Are we going to see a big finish from AMINEVA, or is she happy just to box out this 6th round?
She looks pretty happy to just find those shots and make sure that nothing's coming back, and just find that little body shot in there, pull the guard down, try and see if she can land a hard shot to the chin as well. all on her terms as you expect it to be. It's been the rhythm of the fight, and nothing much coming back in return from MOLLAOGLU.
Again, just setting those feet and raining those hooks in.
Draw a little woo from the crowd as well.
She has used the jab. We haven't really seen her throw too many straight left hands, have we? Just slide it down the middle.
This is where she's now really pouring it on. She's got her opponent looking down at the canvas as well, so those body shots are then open, and she really forced the issue there. I think it's one of those moments in this fight where you've not really got an opponent that's coming back with anything. So is there really any need to throw anything big, or nothing's coming back? So you've got the win in the bag, see it through, and come out with unscathed, and that's exactly what she's done here. Didn't need to force any other levels apart from the ones or gears that she wanted to, apart from the ones that she wanted to show. So real good outings, real good showcase from AMINEVA. I look forward to seeing more of her off the back of what she put in the ring there.
It was one of those fights, wasn't it, where she hit her opponent plenty often enough and hard enough to expect her to go over it, to expect the stoppage to come. She was just in with somebody in MOLLAOGLU who was tough and showed a lot of heart and a lot of desire in there to see the job through, which not everybody does.
Yeah, a different referee might have had a harder look at it, or a different corner might have had a different look at it as well too, from the perspective of their fight on MOLLAOGLU. But I mean, she just about saw it through without taking a real big shots. But I was impressed by her skill set. I thought she was really good, and you can see the foundations there which should lead to more bigger and better things for a fighter who's more adventurous, because she's still in those moments where she didn't need to. She was taking that step back and then mounting her offense in the second phase and third phase of the attack. So I think there's a lot to like from what she presents, and better fighters will bring out a better result from her too.
That's what she needs, isn't it, now? She needs a step up, because the depth in female pro boxing is not the same yet as it is in male pro boxing. You can move quick, and she's young though, she is still 22, but you feel like she could be let off the leash any time now, really. It's all about matchmaking, isn't it? It's all about picking the right kind of opponent for her, and they will want to keep her on this stage, and getting people to travel might not be the easiest thing in the world.
It's one of those, it's the old adage of boxing as well too. Once you get to championship status, so you've got a belt, then you're at that level. There's no real looking to move down. If you lose a belt, then you move down and you want to get back to that stage. So it's a point of putting or taking the red tape off of her once she's ready, and she looks not far.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом бою единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержала и остается не знающий поражений, представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан, Азалия Аминева.
So a hand raised again, another victory in IBA.PRO, and she's gathering a good following.
И ваши аплодисменты ее сопернице Neslihan MOLLAOGLU, Турция.
A good round of applause there for MOLLAOGLU as well, which is always good to see, good to hear, because she played her part there, certainly. As I said during the course of the fight, I would not have blamed her if she'd gone down and stayed down in that fourth round, because I think by that stage she'd also already shown us plenty of heart, but she got through the 12 minutes. Tall southpaw. By the look of her, likes to stand and have a fight. AMINEVA has got a lot going for her. And in terms of weight, she was, I think, 65 kilos, 65 point something for that fight. So she could be super lightweight. I think she could box at welterweight, and that's that's where a lot of the action is, isn't it? In female pro boxing, it's a good spot to be in.
Well, she's got, in those highlights you saw there, she can afford to give up her range and want the full extension of the shots there because she's in against a smaller opponent with a limited offense. But even if she put out the full extension of her shots and straight shots as well, it can be a real problem because not all players have the skill set or capabilities to come round those long arms. It can be a real problem with a bit more experience under her belt. I think she'll be a force to be reckoned with. Someone like Neslihan as well too, like she a fighter in her own right, she'll be disappointed with that performance that she put out there. She's a fighter inside the ring and outside as well too. I think she's promoted herself, she's got her own fight league back in Turkey as well, so if she goes back she can do that, she can decide whether to continue on with boxing or go back to kickboxing, but when she looks back she'll be pretty disappointed.
So next up is our main event, Artur SUBKHANKULOV against Tigran UZLYAN for the WBA Continental title at lightweight. SUBKHANKULOV from Ufa, 33 years old, undefeated, has boxed a few times in IBA.PRO, has won a European title with the IBA. I saw him with SUBKHANKULOV last July, won by stoppage against an undefeated fighter. Defended the title last August, also won the WBA Asia Super Featherweight title here last October. He's had a couple of fights this year, both have gone the distance over 10 rounds, so you'd say that he's had some good seasoning by now.
He's a very measured type of fighter. He's the type of fighter who won't throw unless they're in range and confident of landing. A very accurate type of fighter. I expect him to dictate the fight and not only look impressive but keep that accuracy levels high, because that's a real hallmark of his game.
His opponent Tigran UZLYAN brings a good record, 12 wins and 1 defeat. That 1 defeat coming against a really good fighter in Bekkhan Usmonov, Tokyo Olympian, Asian champion, World Championship bronze medalist. That was 3 and a bit years ago now. He was 3-0 at the time. Usmonov was 2-0, so it's a great match to be made at that point. It's not something you see matchmakers do all that often, but it didn't do him any harm, you wouldn't say. He's won the Eurasian Boxing Parliament lightweight title, which is not an easy title to win by any measure. He won that back in March 2024. Won it again actually in April this year with a split decision win against Juanfe Gomez.
Дамы и господа, из столицы Башкортостана, Уфы, в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ, Международная ассоциация бокса IBA, при личной поддержке президента IBA Умара Назаровича Кремлева, а также промоутерские компании IBA Challenger, Iron and Gloves Promotion, Patriot Boxing и Динамо Boxing, при масштабной поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан и Федерации бокса России представляют вашему вниманию главное событие вечера бокса МЛБ IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. Нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона WBA Continental в легком весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, представляющий Краснодар, Россия, Tigran UZLYAN.
Tigran UZLYAN boxing out of Krasnodar, as announced there. Born in Georgia, had a long amateur career but didn't compete much internationally. I mentioned that 1 defeat against Bekkhan Usmonov, and the rest have been wins, 12 of them, 6 inside the distance. And he's walking into the backyard of his opponent here. We've had a number of fighters on the card from Ufa in the surrounding area. SUBKHANKULOV very much one of them. So it's a tall order for UZLYAN, but exactly the kind of opportunity that he needs. This could be a huge breakout win for him if he could get it done.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол, представляющий Уфу, Башкортостан, Артур Субханкулов!
So SUBKHANKULOV making his way in. And those titles listed, yeah, that IBA.PRO European title, the WBC Asia title as well. And there's always pressure that comes with not just being a home fighter, but the main event. But he always strikes you as a calm, unflappable kind of character.
Итак, дамы и господа, это турнир Melbet IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане. И прямо сейчас нас ожидает главный бой вечера. Это поединок топовых российских проспектов легкого веса. На кону пояс чемпиона WBL Continental. И прямо сейчас для обоих участников этого поединка звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Итак, дамы и господа, это 10-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона WBA Continental в легком весе. Представляю судейскую бригаду турнира. Супервайзер Сергей Хурсанов. Боковые судьи Сергей Летунов, Россия, Энрико Личини, Италия и Мишель Максюта, Бельгия. Рефери в ринге Дмитрий Болдырев, Россия. Итак, представляю соперников и первым бойца слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 31 год, его рост 171 сантиметр, официальный вес 61 килограмм и 100 граммов. Он мастер спорта международного класса. Его профессиональный рекорд впечатляет. 13 боев, 12 побед при всего одном поражении. Чемпион Евразийского боксерского парламента. Чемпион WBA Asia. Действующий чемпион WBA Continental в легком весе. Представляющий Краснодар, Россия. Тигран UZLYAN. И его сопернику в золотом углу 33 года, рост 170 сантиметров, официальный вес также 61 килограмм и 100 граммов. Как и его соперник, носит звание мастера спорта международного класса. И его рекорд безупречен. 9 боев, 9 побед, 4 одержанные нокаутом. Чемпион Европы IBA в легком весе, чемпион WBA Asia в легком весе, представляющий Уфу, Башкортостан, Россия, Артур SUBKHANKULOV.
Господа боксеры, слушаем команду внимательно, соблюдаем правила. По затылку не бьем, ниже пояса не бьем, пожай руки по углам.
So final instructions from the referee, just making it clear there that the belt line I think is good for both of those two. Anything south of the top of that belt line I think will be called a foul. Artur SUBKHANKULOV boxing out of that gold corner, Tigran UZLYAN out of the black corner. SUBKHANKULOV a southpaw, UZLYAN set up orthodox, and the crowd immediately trying to get behind the home man here.
Tigran already stepping on their feet of Artur SUBKHANKULOV.
Already having a little bit of success with that jab, SUBKHANKULOV. He'll just touch with the first one, touch the glove, and then just go slightly inside it with the second one, a kind of up jab. He's got through a couple of times, nothing major. UZLYAN has a swing with that lead left hand.
No rangefinders here.
Yeah, the uppercut almost got through, didn't it? A glancing blow, I think. Just trying to creep in UZLYAN, a straight left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV, and as you said, he's just beginning to find that range. UZLYAN coming in behind that guard, throws the jab there, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't just walk into range, because he's trying to apply that front foot pressure, and that's fine, but SUBKHANKULOV is just working around that front foot, changing the angle.
Intriguing contest. Like SUBKHANKULOV here has got fast hands. You see that he's got that hand speed edge over UZLYAN, but UZLYAN's been able to wing in for left hooks up to the body, as well as up to the top, sorry, and then as well as landing body shots already. So he's found some range, found his distance for landing those shots inside on SUBKHANKULOV. So even though he's losing the hand speed battle, he's able to land some.
That's a nice combination, nice 1-2 there from SUBKHANKULOV. UZLYAN, as you say, at times in this first round has done some decent work, which will certainly give him encouragement. That was a nice looking jab there as well, and I think his game plan here, UZLYAN, is keep this pressure on, keep this front foot pressure on, stay on SUBKHANKULOV. He won that round, and he's made to work pretty hard in that round. He threw plenty. A lot of it was good looking stuff from SUBKHANKULOV, but this is a 10-round fight. I think Team UZLYAN will be thinking that the second half of this could be more theirs than the first half.
That's the point. That's the point right there, whether this speed will carry through into the second half of the fight. If it does, then UZLYAN's got a problem, but if it doesn't, then there's more opportunities for him to wing in that left hook. Once he was stepping on the feet of SUBKHANKULOV to both the head and to the body. You can find those shots, if you can come round the top of SUBKHANKULOV's jab as well too, then he's got avenues to put dents in his opponent as well, but he might have to be on the end of a couple of shots in return to land.
Somebody just encroaching a little bit there, I think. Told off by the referee into the second round. Decent jab there from UZLYAN.
He finds it over the top of whenever SUBKHANKULOV's just a little bit lazy with his lead hand. He finds it over the top and just keeping SUBKHANKULOV honest.
And there it is again. There's no real tell with it. He just plants it straight down the middle. Neat looking combination there from SUBKHANKULOV, but UZLYAN just saying to him, that's no big deal. I took that on the gloves, no problem. Left hand on the inside there from UZLYAN.
Bekkhan was a good shot.
SUBKHANKULOV again in this round has been nice and busy. Quite a lot of what he's thrown has been deflected with the gloves of the forearms. Not much has got through particularly clean.
Yeah, UZLYAN boxes the shots well and then comes back with something. And that's just keeping SUBKHANKULOV thinking, who in return is doing the same thing to UZLYAN as well.
There's that jab again from UZLYAN.
Face of him, blood a little bit.
This is a good fight. This is a good, well-matched fight. And UZLYAN, I think in the second round, has upped his own punch output. There's not much to choose between them in this round.
A hard one to score. You just saw a moment ago SUBKHANKULOV tried to land in a winging overhand right. Not quite fast enough, but also the hands weren't down enough from UZLYAN, but that's the shot he's looking to land. Big right hand over the top.
UZLYAN just stepped in there with that left hand to the body, followed by the right hand. These two just revolving around each other, pretty much always within punching distance, and I think this is set up very, very nicely. Should have pretend we're too deep. But they've set a good pace here. UZLYAN immediately just stepping into that lead left hook as soon as the bell had sounded. Whipping left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV, and then a nice straight jab. He's got some good variety and then looks to go down to the body. I think what he needs to do, SUBKHANKULOV, is just get his feet a little bit closer. He could do more damage that way. He's a neat and tidy boxer, isn't he? And he's got that good variety. He's got plenty in his arsenal, but a lot in the first couple of rounds is hit shoulders, to hit forearms, to hit gloves. Plenty's got through as well, but I think he just needs to be a little bit bolder here against someone who is looking to be exactly that himself.
He throws when he knows he's going to make contact. If the issue is that his contact isn't full connection with the shot, so he might, like you say, catch something cupping on the arms, or might just get through but not to the full purchase that he wants. So what's the issue from a SUBKHANKULOV perspective is UZLYAN's movement, UZLYAN's feinting as well. He's keeping that bit honest in the fight. He's staying with him with the flashy combinations. He's blocking them. His guard is high. He's catching shots up top, and he's able to throw with him as well. Just when he's out of position, sometimes like he was when he had his was hunched over and SUBKHANKULOV had his arm over him. He then on the way out lost a bit of focus and got caught with that left hook. Got to keep those moments few and far between, but he's staying with him. It's making for an intriguing contest.
There's that left hand straight down the middle. First one got through fairly clean. The second one was strangled mainly by the gloves of UZLYAN. Lead right hook there from SUBKHANKULOV. Again, he's been nice and busy in this round. He's had a good round here, SUBKHANKULOV. There's that jab again though from UZLYAN. Every time he lands it, it seems to come as a surprise from SUBKHANKULOV. As I said earlier, there's just no real tell on it. It comes from absolutely nowhere and manages to bypass that lead hand and cannon into the forehead most of the time.
It's working for him as well. He just needs to try and throw that a little bit more, because you can see the red marking on his head. It's getting through. It's having an effect, but it's just a bit too sporadic right now.
That left hand wasn't too far away. Just glands the chin.
Вот этот темп давления тебе на руку, постоянно на нем висеть. Ты должен его утомить, замедлить. Чуть темп даешь, ты же держишь. Понимаешь? Ему тяжело, когда ты вот на нем. Он постоянно работает, да. А ты виси на нем, утоми. Раунд, 10 раундов, утоми. Побыстрей, побыстрей. Капа, капа. Бокс.
So into the fourth, SUBKHANKULOV in the white, UZLYAN in the maroon. And it's a close fight this, it's a good fight between two well-matched fighters. SUBKHANKULOV has done the more punching of the two. UZLYAN has had plenty to say himself. But I do think he needs to be a little bit busier.
Yeah, I agree, his output seemed to drop a little bit. This is UZLYAN, his output seemed to drop, and that was because of the activity. And when you're throwing with the speed that SUBKHANKULOV throws with, and the variety of punches that keeps your guard up, and then you can't throw. He was able to find a few moments where he's, like you mentioned, that jab that's not very telegraphed. Those are some nice moments from him. He needs more of those moments in this fourth.
Because if the plan here is that the second half of the fight might be more his, that he can bring things to the table in the second half, then he's got to take something out of SUBKHANKULOV in the first half, and the way to do that is to just not allow your opponent to settle into any kind of a rhythm. You can't allow them to settle, because SUBKHANKULOV will just work around that front foot. He'll throw those combinations. A little bit of damage on the corner of the right eye there, I think, of SUBKHANKULOV. Doesn't look too bad, but you have to try and make them work when they don't really want to work.
Those might be caused by those left hooks that landed one early in the first round. I think another one came in as well in the second or the third. But just a good shot there coming in. Also came in. You're talking there about the rhythm that SUBKHANKULOV set, and he's firmly in it. And there just seems to be that little less now coming from UZLYAN, and more of that offense coming from SUBKHANKULOV, who's having things more of his own way. Just touching him, making him think, and then throwing the shot in whilst he's occupied with a jab in his face.
And this is a good round for him, SUBKHANKULOV. I think he has just, over the last couple of rounds, just gradually got those feet a little bit closer, and there's a slightly ragged look to UZLYAN as we head towards the end of this fourth round. And in terms of the fight, through 4 rounds, he could be 4 rounds down here, UZLYAN.
He's retained the speed so far as well, which is a concern for the UZLYAN corner.
I think I may have given him the second UZLYAN, but I'd say best case scenario for him is probably 3-1. And he needs to try and halt the momentum. Momentum is key in all sports, but especially in boxing. He'll know that this has turned against him in the last couple, and he's gathering a head of steam here, SUBKHANKULOV, and he's got to do something about that in this next round, I would say. You get these moments in fights, don't you, where you've got to find an answer.
One thing he hasn't done much of so far is to throw with SUBKHANKULOV, and I wonder if he'll elect to do that. They sort of have their own limits, and he does that there down to the body. He did there at the top, and there was a bit of success for him. You see the sweat flying from the top of his head, but if you can do a bit more of that and let SUBKHANKULOV come in and use that as his entrance in and try and counter off the back of that and find a home for that jab as well too, a bit more, because that seems to cause that damage to SUBKHANKULOV's eye.
I think that's absolutely what he needs to do, because as we mentioned, he's hit a nice kind of groove here, SUBKHANKULOV, and if you're going to wait for him to stop punching so you can have your turn, then you're going to be waiting a long time, because as we say, he works around that front foot. He doesn't really load up on anything particularly, he just lets those punches flow, and they're not all finding the target clean. Of course they're not all thrown with particularly bad intentions, but he's boxing the way he wants to at the moment, and UZLYAN has got to change that.
Hasn't been enough of UZLYAN closing him down. They've moved and they've rotated, but these have really been on SUBKHANKULOV's terms. If UZLYAN can push him, close down, push him towards the ropes, and then try and pin him, and then throw, he might have a bit more of an opportunity to land something, because right now it's all kind of going the same rhythm, the same way.
UZLYAN just trying to get stuck in on the inside there. The head's almost coming together. You can see when he got off his stool at the start of the round that it's not like he hasn't been landing, UZLYAN. That right eye of SUBKHANKULOV is marked up. He launches into a lead uppercut there. UZLYAN did manage to land it. SUBKHANKULOV had taken his feet out, so wasn't in any position to make him pay for it. That's some decent bodywork there from UZLYAN.
The eye just looked like it's got a little bit worse than it was previously.
It has.
It's not closing rapidly, but
that's something that'll encourage you if you're UZLYAN, though, isn't it?
not only encouraging, but also it's a target. It's painting this target now. It's got a clear target to throw at, and not only that, you can use that to set up shots. Throw up to the eye, disguise it with it, and then come back down with a body shot.
Good left hand there from UZLYAN. into the final minute of round 5, so nearly at the halfway stage here. And there's an awful lot that could happen yet. SUBKHANKULOV is winning the fight on the cards, you would say, unless something extraordinary happens before the end of this 5th. But we talked about him being made to work hard, and he is being made to work hard in this 5th round, that's for sure. UZLYAN has really stayed on him here.
You don't see too many fighters that lead with lead right hooks and left hooks. I don't know if you'd call that the Usyk Ivan punch. It landed on Dubois a few months ago. Definitely a feature of SUBKHANKULOV's game.
We do need to keep an eye on that right eye, no pun intended, because it's not getting any better, that's for certain. Originally it just seemed like a bit of scuffing around the corner of the eye, but it's obviously been landed on a few times since then, and it is just closing, I think, that right eye. And obviously that's on the lead side of his stance, being a southpaw, and the ability to see that left hand coming, which is what will have caused the damage in the first place, will disappear.
For any fighter, an eye closing like that is a problem, but for an accurate fighter like SUBKHANKULOV, it's an even bigger problem, because that's a signature of his game, being able to get in close and land in on his terms. Like you mentioned, a target right there for UZLYAN to build off of.
Не надо заряжать, побольше джебов, дергать, побольше действий. Ты даешь ему думать, даешь работать, много на блок принимаешь, ты понял? Игра, сейчас работать нужно. Там глаза почти нет, чуть-чуть. Картинка смазанная. И заканчивай левой рукой атаку. И посередине.
6-й раунд.
So into round 6, into the second half. They're scheduled for 10, and this is interesting. SUBKHANKULOV is going to be ahead here on points. I don't think there's much doubt about that, but there's an awful lot that could happen yet, and that eye, as we say, that is a problem, and UZLYAN has got to try and make that count. He has to keep the faith here, keep the belief that if he applies the pressure, makes it as hot for SUBKHANKULOV as he can, that he's going to get somewhere here.
He's already landed that left hook early in this round, and came back down with a body shot, and then just caught him with a straight right. You know, that combination. That's SUBKHANKULOV's answer there. Brilliant hook there, but also just touch him and jab. If you can't quite see him, then just touch him, feel the fighter in front of you, and then throw off of that.
He's looking for that left hand every time he can. Almost found a home for the uppercut there, SUBKHANKULOV, not quite. And then just looks to backpedal a little bit. Left hand into the body there for UZLYAN. Again, let's that 3-punch combination go there, SUBKHANKULOV. And what's been interesting about this is that it's been a really good fight to watch, but no one's made a really major breakthrough yet, have they? You just wonder what impact that could have if one of them can do it. Sometimes you go through a fight like this and it's grueling stuff and plenty has landed, but no one really makes that dent where the other one looks wobbled or hurt.
No, it's not been that type of fight, but the one, there's a real good shot that landed there from SUBKHANKULOV, but the one big, you wouldn't call it a dent, but the real concern there is the eye of SUBKHANKULOV, which has been a gradual burn from his perspective. Just wondered, like, with UZLYAN, brings himself real forward with to land that body shot, but doesn't take his feet with him. Can he take his feet with him as well, and then when he's there, come up with a shot? He's able to land that body shot quite freely.
That's good from SUBKHANKULOV. Nice work to the body just before that. They both had success with left hands. Strong left hand straight down the pipe there from SUBKHANKULOV. He landed a couple of those in that round, and Has a bit of a spring in his step as he walks back towards that corner.
Speed stayed with him so far, and so is the volume of output as well. Good signs from a SUBKHANKULOV perspective. As you're Russian.
He's bringing the heat here, isn't he, UZLYAN? He really is. He's asking the questions. He's asking big questions, but SUBKHANKULOV at the moment has got the answers. We just saw another left hand there just land on that eye of SUBKHANKULOV, but that was another good round for him.
Седьмой раунд. И ваша поддержка, Уфа!
You just get the feeling that all the way through the fight, and particularly now UZLYAN is he's just hoping for a lull. He's hoping that this work rate of SUBKHANKULOV is going to drop off and then he can really get on top of him. But it hasn't happened, and that's to SUBKHANKULOV's credit because he has been busy.
That lead hand in front of his face is just so pesky. It keeps him thinking. It's pushing in front of his face. So if he's trying to maraud forward and he's just seeing white in front of his face from the gloves, he can't quite find an avenue. He's also not moving the upper body in any sort of way to just find a little bit of an angle as well. It's just a little bit ordinary right now in the 7th. We saw SUBKHANKULOV get up off of his seat. He was first off his seat with about 5 seconds before the bell sounded for the start of the 7th round, whereas UZLYAN took every second before the 7th started. So it might just be the sign that UZLYAN's into the gas tank.
I think you're right. I think of the two that it's UZLYAN who's feeling it here, and he needed that to be the other way around. SUBKHANKULOV he's found that rhythm, he's found that flow from probably about round 3 or 4 onward. I think UZLYAN asked some serious questions of him in the 5th, in the 6th, but he's kind of settled again here, SUBKHANKULOV. He's into round 7 now in a 10-round fight. The finish line now won't seem that far away. He catches the left hand there though off the back of his own right hand into the body.
Whilst the eye might be closed and SUBKHANKULOV can rely on his feet are educated, so it's often that whenever he throws his offense there, he moves down to his right and he's out of the way from UZLYAN. It's not often in front of him.
Nice right hand into the body there from UZLYAN. That was a wicked kind of stabbing shot. 30 seconds remaining in round 7. And UZLYAN, as we've been saying, just has to keep working here, keep working. Fights can turn very, very quickly in the late stages. Sometimes a fighter is coping and coping and coping, and then all of a sudden they're not. I've seen it happen time and time again, and that's what he's got to stick to here, that belief. There's that good lead left hand again for UZLYAN.
Hurtful body shot as well in there from UZLYAN too.
Now this is a tough fight. These two are giving us really good entertainment here. 3 rounds to go.
Artur, отдохнул сейчас, не работает, хорошо, Artur. Не пропускай передней рукой, держи на контроле, принимай вторую атаку. Если ты хочешь проваливать, ты значит должен его, если не можешь проводить, ты просто стой издалека, только проводишь встречу на ногах, хорошо.
That was a good combination from UZLYAN. He's not looked for the body too much in the fight up until this point, but I think at the minute he's just looking to take whatever he can get. And that eye hasn't really got too much worse in the last couple of rounds. As we got to the end of the fourth, the end of the fifth, it was looking like the vision might disappear completely, but that hasn't really happened. They've done well within the corner.
You wonder whether UZLYAN's corner might turn to throw caution to the wind and really kind of go for this, because SUBKHANKULOV's shots, whilst they're bothersome, they're not really hurtful. You don't see any bruising or welts around his face nor reddening around his body. So those are usually the signs that the fighter can take them. So can he take a few and then throw and land a big one in return? That might be his route to landing something big. Like you said, we're now 8 rounds through the fight, and there's nothing really big that's landed from each of them. So might UZLYAN think it's time to land something big?
Lovely straight left hand there from SUBKHANKULOV. UZLYAN lands a left hook as well, and I make you absolutely right. That is what he has to do. He was always going to need to do this, have to do this the hard way when you assess the styles in the build-up to this fight. And that's what it just looked like, that he was just going to have to stay on him, use that front pressure, take probably quite a lot to get to the range he needed to be at and really set about his man. And that's what he's got to do here. It's a really easy thing to say, a much more difficult thing to do, but if he's going to get the win, he's going to have to walk through the fire.
Beautiful uppercut there from SUBKHANKULOV. You sort of start to think as well, could that bruising on the eye from SUBKHANKULOV be a gift and a bit of a curse? Because you think, I've had that success here now, I can still land my jab over the top and the occasional right hand and right down to the body. Do I keep doing what I'm doing and maybe it'll pay dividends? Or do I then throw caution to the wind? That's the decision that the team have got to make and the fighter's got to make. And that bruising might be the reason why he loses the fight, because he thinks, I might just be able to find that. Keep doing what I'm doing, and it might cause the end of the fight as opposed to really kind of pushing on the gas.
We've talked quite a lot in the last few rounds about what UZLYAN needs to do, but you always have to remember that the credit goes to the other person for not allowing them to do it. And SUBKHANKULOV, who has been made to fight here every inch of the way by UZLYAN, has just turned in a very good, disciplined, compact, economical even performance, because you think about how much he's thrown, he's not wasted much, has he? We were talking in earlier rounds about how quite a lot did hit gloves and forearms, and it's difficult to score rounds in that case. But every time he's thrown, he's almost always hit something, and that serves its own purpose.
Yeah, real signature of his game, that being able to just touch you with whatever he's thrown. It's very rare that he'll miss a shot, and in light of the eye swelling up as well, just the knowledge and the IQ that he's shown to just touch and touch with his lead hand and then come in with a shot. He did eat a hurtful uppercut from UZLYAN on the inside, right hand uppercut it was, but he's been able to weather that as well. So it seems like he's got the chin as well as the IQ.
He's got granite-like features, UZLYAN, hasn't he? Because he's got that kind of marking up on his face, but there's not really any swelling there at all, and he's taken some solid shots.
Does he resemble Paddy McCrory to you?
He does. He absolutely does. What would he be? 35, 40 pounds lighter? Just pump him up a bit, inflate him, and yeah, I think you're right.
The gait as well, is the way he stands and throws his punches a little bit reminiscent of Paddy McCrory too.
Paddy McCrory was responsible, I think, for one of my favourite ever away nights. It was Hamburg back in 2022. He took a fight at short notice against Leon Bunn. It was in a handball arena on the outskirts of the city. Loads of support came over. Kieran Malloy was on the card, Kurt Walker, so loads of Irish fans just fancied it and came along. And it was a terrific performance from him that night. Sometimes you turn up ringside and you just really don't know what you're going to get, and that was one of those nights. There were some strange fights on the undercard as well, people diving and biting, there was all sorts going on. So into the 9th round here, and this has been a really good fight to watch.
He's going to have to do more than just resemble Paddy McCrory. He's going to have to find one of his big shots that Paddy's found throughout his career.
He's going to have to find something solid. He needs a knockout here. Lovely straight left hand, a couple in a row there from SUBKHANKULOV. Again, just working around that front foot. What he's never really done, and something that UZLYAN has needed him to do, he's never really allowed those feet to slow down, leaving himself just standing still in front of UZLYAN. That's what UZLYAN has been counting on, and he's worked hard, UZLYAN too. He's put him under enough pressure to expect that would have happened at some point, and it just hasn't happened, has it? Because he'll rattle off that combination and then he'll roll away, or he'll turn around that front foot. You're just watching him do it now. He's constantly keeping UZLYAN just turning.
It's a lot of hard work in the gym, a lot of repetition with the feet, a lot of moments where, and to do this with that swelling as well, that's through experience, that's through the reps in the gym, that's through going through the fire in the gym. It's a lovely little left hook down to the body, then pivot to the right, and then come up with a winging right hook over the top. Beautiful, beautiful shot early in the round.
Strong looking left hand there from UZLYAN, just kind of heaved it in and then gets a couple away as SUBKHANKULOV looks to try and close in on him on the ropes. 40 seconds remaining in round 9. One to go after this.
I must be thinking, what is he made of? I've got a fight in front of me who's bruised up, but I'm the one taking the bigger shots from my opponent.
And there's that left hand again from SUBKHANKULOV. Good technique. And that's a major part of the reason that he's able to throw the volume that he throws, because, as we mentioned earlier on, there's an economy about him, which comes from having that kind of technique where you don't waste energy. And you look at that eye, I don't think he can see an awful lot out of it, to be honest. When they work on it in the corner, when he comes out at the start of the round, they managed to open it up a bit, but then by the end of the round, it's a slit, isn't it, more than anything else?
That's to rely on his training. He's actually rely on his foundations as a boxer to get through with not 100% vision that he would have had when he started fighting. That's a measure of his experiences in fights and in the gym.
Уфа, поддержите боксеров! Финальный 10-й раунд!
So 10th and final round, a touch of gloves between the two. The crowd have really enjoyed this one, so have we. It's been a good watch right from the start. The kind of fight where they mentioned the boxing scoring system earlier on. UZLYAN may well emerge from this with not very much on the scorecards at all, but it won't tell the story of the fight if that does turn out to be the case, because he has been super competitive all the way through. But SUBKHANKULOV has boxed really well here. He's had an answer for what UZLYAN has brought to him, as you said, temperament-wise and experience-wise. He's been able to cope with the damage to the eye and the obscured vision. And he's not looking to coast in this final round either. The pair of them, I think, happy enough just to nick a few seconds rest there, up against the ropes.
Down to the body.
Lovely uppercut there from SUBKHANKULOV, and that's just an indication of that gym work you mentioned and how fit he is, because he's still rolling away, he's still hinging at the waist. That lateral movement is still there. And he's looking to finish with a real flourish here, SUBKHANKULOV.
Body shot from SUBKHANKULOV hurting.
It does. You can see that it has, rather, because he's backing off. He's trying to buy a bit of time here, UZLYAN, and SUBKHANKULOV will close in again before too long, and he could maybe be on the verge of a stoppage here, SUBKHANKULOV. UZLYAN is just looking to stay away now for the first time in the fight, deep in the 10th. He is looking to try and find that open canvas and just stay out of trouble, because, as you say, that body shot hurt him. You could see him drop the elbows, you could see him retreat, and he's just put a real finishing stamp on things here, SUBKHANKULOV, whether he gets the stoppage here or whether he doesn't, because UZLYAN has never taken a backward step all night long until now.
Still feeling it, you can tell he's still feeling it. Not a lot coming back from him. I think it might be the left hook down to the body.
He's just trying to will himself through here, UZLYAN. And SUBKHANKULOV put a lot into that assault, and maybe he hasn't got too much left himself, but he just pushes him back into the ropes. UZLYAN manages to punch his way off with the left hand inside the final 30 seconds. There's that straight left hand again, where he just steps out slightly. He gives it a fractionally different angle. 10 seconds. This has been a really good fight to watch. Full credit to both of these two. UZLYAN has given absolutely everything in there, but SUBKHANKULOV has put on a very, very good display. A display that I think the people behind him will be extremely pleased with, because he had an opponent there who brought it, who brought the heat every second, until finally he had some of the fight punched out of him in that final round, and he had to contend with that damage to the eye. He had to work very, very hard. If he had allowed that tempo to drop at any point, UZLYAN was there just ready, wasn't he, to capitalise, and it never happened.
Brilliant contest, worthy of the main event status, and a lot of talk about SUBKHANKULOV, and he lived up to what I was expected to see from him. Put on a real show. His speed stayed, his hand speed stayed, his movement was brilliant. He relied on that movement, he relied on his IQ. When the eye closed, he relied on his jab. He was able to find those body shots at the end, which UZLYAN never really showed that dent that we were talking about from either fighter. But SUBKHANKULOV was able to force that out of him with those body shots right at the end. And it seemed like maybe SUBKHANKULOV just had that little bit extra in the gas tank. You can forgive him for it being the 10th round, that he could have closed the show, but there's also a defensive instinct from UZLYAN that you've got to give him credit for just finding that moment to be on the back foot, go to the ropes and cover up and take those shots to just survive to the end of the fight. He deserves to see the end of the bell, I think, UZLYAN, also because he put in a real good effort, which won't be reflected on the scorecards because of the nature of the fight in front of him. But you'd like to see more of UZLYAN in the future, and a lot more of SUBKHANKULOV too.
And you look at their faces and you can tell that they've been in a fight, these two. There was plenty landed throughout the course of the fight. It was an all-action kind of a contest right from the beginning. And the referee just looking to call these two to the centre. I think the MC has got the all-important piece of paper in his hand. They want to keep that ice pack on that eye because they want to get that swelling down, or keep it down as much as they possibly can. Scuffing and marking up discoloration around the eyes and the forehead there of UZLYAN. So the referee just waiting for UZLYAN. Here he comes.
Глава Республики Башкортостан Радий Фаритович Хабиров. Итак, дамы и господа, это был потрясающий поединок двух больших мастеров своего дела, каждый из участников которого, без сомнения, заслужил ваши аплодисменты. Итак, дамы и господа, по завершении 10 раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1, 97-93. Судьи 2 и 3 одинаково оценили этот бой. 98-92. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал новым чемпионом
So SUBKHANKULOV, who is announced as the winner there. My Russian, I'm afraid, does not stretch to me translating those scorecards for you, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something in the region of 98, 92s, maybe a 97, 93 might have crept in. I wouldn't have seen 3 probably for UZLYAN myself. Often you see that, don't you? Judges kind of, they know which way it's going and they're kind of looking to give the other guy something because they feel like he deserves it. We'll see, but it was a comprehensive win from SUBKHANKULOV, a really good performance. He takes that WBA belt, that IBA belt as well, and it rounds off what has been a good night. And as you say, Iman, keen to see him again. I've seen him a few times now, but it was the first time that I've really seen him in a fight like that. And you want to see those questions asked because he was definitely asked questions there.
I'm not matchmaker, but if he's not going to be in world title contention next, then look at the likes of Lucas Baddy or Maxi Hughes, which I think would be interesting contest for someone of the caliber of SUBKHANKULOV, who's will be waiting for an opportunity. But those would be 2 fights you think would be real exciting fights, and both fighters that could really push him in there. Maxi Hughes, no stranger to being an underdog and causing an upset, alongside Lucas Baddy, who's got a big power punch with him. We've seen that devastating effect against Ashton Sill. SUBKHANKULOV seems like someone who's ready for that top level, can take that step just a little bit below before, but ready to be in title contention pretty soon.
And it was good to watch. It was good to watch right from the start. And as we described, he just worked in that quite tight circle around his opponent, SUBKHANKULOV, just pivoting around that front foot, using that kind of inner clock face, good variety to the punches. And that was a problem, that eye. It was a problem, and it appeared relatively early in the piece, but the corner did a good job on it. But the main job had to be done by him, and he navigated some quite tricky waters there at time, and it was a really good performance. Okay, that rounds it up for IBA.PRO 9 from Ufa. Thanks very much for joining us, everybody. We are back in just a few days' time. The big man Bakhtir Jalolov is in action against Murad Khalidov. That is coming your way on October the 7th, IBA.PRO 10. So do make sure you check that one out. In the meantime, take it easy, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Юбилейную 10-ю. И теперь на его талии красуется новый пояс WBA Continental в легком весе. Ну что ж, Артур, было понятно, что это будет жесткий бой, что тебе придется достать все свое мужество, весь свой большой, грандиозный, в том числе любительский опыт. Но ожидал ли ты, что будет так жестко?
Если честно, полностью, вот как я представлял бой, так он и сложился. Я понимал, что будут сложные 10 раундов. Хочу выразить большую благодарность своему сопернику, Тиграну UZLYANу, за это противостояние, потому что бой делают 2 боксера. Безусловно, ему огромное уважение, что он приехал ко мне домой в гости в Уфу, принял этот бой. И мы сегодня показали 10 раундов, скажем так, кровопролитного, бескомпромиссного боя.
В 10-м раунде видели момент, где твоему сопернику было откровенно тяжело. Ты попал по корпусу, судя по всему. Не получилось доработать или не стал рисковать?
Наверное, как вы видели, я пытался доработать, но все-таки 10-й раунд сказался, силы были уже на исходе, и догнать не удалось. Но все равно это придало некую изюминку этому бою и добавило красочности.
Ну что ж, ты продолжаешь собирать профессиональные пояса, у тебя их уже несколько, в том числе есть IBA Европа, правильно, насколько я помню. Что дальше? За каким поясом теперь начинает охоту Артур SUBKHANKULOV?
Наверное, все вопросы это моему менеджеру Олегу Богданову. Пока что мне предстоит небольшой отдых, вот, а дальше будем планировать. Думаю, до конца боя я проведу еще один бой.
Ну и отдельных аплодисментов лично от меня заслуживает уфимская публика, потому что многие болельщики остались в зале для того, чтобы поблагодарить своего боксера. Остались до конца. И, наверное, у тебя есть какие-то важные слова для важных для тебя людей.
Конечно же, безусловно, это весь мой зал, мои друзья, спарринг-партнеры, мой тренер моей Карабанова. Это в ринге, скажем так, звезда одна, проводится большая закулисная работа. Это массажисты, психологи, тренера, спарринг-партнеры, проделывается большая работа. Всех помню, всех вижу, всем большое спасибо. Без вас этой победы сегодня бы не было.
Дамы и господа, ваш чемпион Артур Субханкулов! На этом наш турнир Melbet IBA.PRO 9 в Башкортостане завершен. Но мы не прощаемся с вами, а говорим вам до очень скорых встреч. Большой бокс вернется в Уфу совсем скоро. Уфа, вы лучшие! Спасибо!